break right after mine?
Sorry? Yeah, just a very short one.
Am I going to be mic'd up?
Good question. The AV guy is... Okay, then don't do it.
can close it.
Okay, that would be perfect.
Let me just set it up and then I can close it. Yeah, will you? It's really just been.
It's a big room. A lot of people. I know.
Because that way it won't.
Yeah, just use that. And just use the main mic.
Yes, she is. And I'm going to turn that. Yep, it's hooked up. Oh no. Hold on. Are you going to be using this file?
I'll have slides.
So can you check? Or is it just going to be kind of? That's fine. It's easy.
Keep it here. Okay, I think it should be fine with the laptop.
Aaron, can you? Thank you, Aaron. I do right here. Could I? No. Yep. If you don't get one, no big deal. The same thing. Okay. Yes. Yes. I think it's a great idea. Yes. Once I go, I go. Perfect.
Are we good to go? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to BC Aware 2020 presented by ISACA Vancouver. My name's Katie Shetelnitska, and I'm the BC Aware 2020 chairperson. Last night, we launched our 6th annual BC Aware campaign with the Executive Series panel on cybersecurity governance. It was co-hosted with the CIO Association of Canada, Vancouver chapter, and CPA BC. Great energy, great conversations last night. Today we have a full day slate of exciting presentations, speakers, and conversations about cybersecurity and related topics. Before we get started, we would like to express our gratitude to our BC Aware 2020 sponsors, including our title sponsor Crowdstrike, our diamond sponsor KPMG, our platinum sponsors Amazon Web Services, Cisco, Splunk, and TELUS, as well as our Gold, Sector Day, and community sponsors. We encourage our attendees to visit our sponsors in the vendor hall. We would also like to thank our organizing committee, volunteers, speakers, business partners, and attendees. Your continuous involvement and generosity make it possible for our local professional community to learn and create meaningful relationships. This year, you will notice a large number of students attending BC Aware. Please take some time to network with them. Consider signing up for this year's ISACA Vancouver Mentorship Program, because mentorship can be a truly rewarding experience, and ISACA's program has already proven this for many students and career professionals. Our theme for this year is focus on the cyber decade ahead. Over the years, we have seen a huge spike in cyber attacks, but we have not taken sufficient measures to address this issue. Now is the perfect time to stop admiring this problem and take action. We urge everyone to up their game, because there are a lot of factors that will continue to shape the future of our professions, and we need to be prepared to evolve if we want to meet the increasing market demand for IT security and audit roles. We trust that you find a lot of value in what we have to offer this year. Thank you so much. And I'd like to introduce Justin Malchevsky, who's also part of our organizing committee. He will take it from here. Thank you.
Give it up for Katie, everybody. Katie's our chairperson for the campaign, and I can't tell you how much work people like Katie and the rest of the organizing committee have put into this, so I know you're in for an awesome day. So again, I am Justin Malchevsky. I've been doing this for 6 years now, standing up at this podium, and it's such a proud moment every year when we kick off the campaign and we see the entire community gather together. So I'm a past president of ISACA Vancouver. I'm one of a handful of people that sort of started this whole thing 6 years ago. And I'm also the regional manager for Crowdstrike. So I'm very proud, that my company, my leadership, has stepped up and taken on the title sponsorship of this campaign. It's really important to me personally, and it's clearly important to my leadership, to support this region and our profession. You're going to notice that there are a ton of students here today. We have, I think it's like 85 students registered to attend BC Aware 2020. So these are students from UBC, SFU, NYIT, KPU, and the University of the Fraser Valley. These students are here to up their game and become part of our profession. And so if you're an industry professional in the room today, take some time to interact with the students who are here. They're going to be going head-to-head in a competition, the Cyber Defense Challenge, for bragging rights to see which of the schools gets to say they won the BC Aware 2020 Cyber Defense Challenge. So they're really excited about that. And by the way, I didn't realize what a hornet's nest you stir up when you take these schools and invite them to go head-to-head against each other like that. But apparently it's a big deal. So I'm excited about the anticipation that's been building over the last little while. We've got Brian Krebs here today, so that's pretty exciting. I was just joking with him that I'm a bit of a geek. We had drinks last night, and I was pretty excited about that. I'm not going to lie to you. He's going to have a great presentation. But before he comes up, I'm going to invite the VP Americas for Crowdstrike, from my company, to come in and call the conference to order. So Jim Seidel, again, I'm really appreciative, Jim, of the support that you've given this community by stepping up and sponsoring. Crowdstrike is an endpoint security platform and incident response company. We do threat intelligence. We do it better than any other organization in the world. We're one of the fastest, if not the fastest, growing cybersecurity companies on the planet. So we're disrupting, and we're going to talk today about some of the things that we're doing and some of the thought leadership that we're bringing to the market. So Jim, come on up. Jim isn't going to do questions. He's got to bail and get to the airport. It's our year end, but he's going to go for about 45 minutes. We'll take a short break, and then Brian will come up.
Fantastic.
Over to you, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin. All right, let's do some sound checking. And let's fire this up. It's the second time for me in Vancouver. We do two things at once. Last time I came up, I was really looking forward to doing some fishing. And it rained the exact amount as it just did the last 2 days, which blew out all the rivers and didn't know fishing at all. So I drove up to Whistler and spent the day up at Whistler and said, well, I'm coming back and I'm going to go skiing in Whistler, thinking I would do that this past weekend, but of course it's the end of the year and I'm now without two things on my bucket list in this awesome place called Vancouver. Can you see it? No? Maybe it's not plugged in. Try it again, maybe. You knew this was going to happen, a little technical difficulties, right? Let me plug this in again. That could be the reason. Ah, there we go. Okay. 8+ years ago, a colleague of mine, while investigating a campaign he would later name Shady Rat, he came to a conclusion. And this conclusion has been often repeated by many prominent individuals across the world. And this conclusion was that there were two types of organizations. Those that have been compromised and know it, and those that do not yet know. And when I was thinking about today and this presentation, it brought me back to this seminal moment 8 or so years ago. And the journey that we began, the journey that allowed us to change our way of thinking, that was rooted in harden the perimeter and keep the adversary out. And man, has it been an 8 or so years, sometimes thinking they're dog years. But recently, while my colleague was collaborating with a couple authors on a book, he was asked, do you still believe that there are only two types of companies? And he amended his conclusion with, nope, I no longer believe. Not because the threat landscape has gotten any easier. I'd argue it's gotten more sophisticated. More nation-state tradecraft is being shared across the threat landscape. Criminal groups and hacktivists now use all the same tradecraft, making our lives a lot harder. I also believe in this revision because I've seen organizations that have been able to shift to be able to understand they can't keep the adversary out, but they can keep the adversary from meeting their objectives. Organizations that are constantly being attacked by e-criminal groups, by nation-state adversaries. On the surface, you'd expect it to be more an e-crime threat landscape. They have quite a bit of PII, a bunch of data, credit card data. But in this case, they were being attacked by a nation-state adversary. And this nation-state adversary was tasked with capturing information on a preparation meeting for an upcoming geopolitical treaty. If I know my positioning, then I can counter the positioning. So they decided that the best way to accomplish this task was to turn the entire building this company owned into one big listening device. They attempted to exploit the cameras, the conference room infrastructure, the telecommunication, pretty much what we're doing right here. But this organization was able to detect and respond to these nation-state adversaries before they were able to accomplish those goals. Would it be more impressive if I told you that this organization has 24 people in their security program and a $20 million budget inclusive of their labor costs? I love this organization. We're going to talk about this CISO a little bit later in the presentation. Which brings me back to the sort of the revision of the conclusion. We no longer believe that there are just two types of organizations, we believe there are companies of the third kind. Organizations that are resilient enough to understand they can't keep the adversary out, but they can keep them from meeting their objectives. Now, we all know there's a multitude of things we need to do to run a successful cybersecurity program. You live it every day. But one thing through our analysis is bubbled up to the top. One thing that we think is eclipsing all other things. And that something is speed. Speed is everything. Through this analysis, we've been able to understand the adversary techniques when they capture a beachhead and what they do on that beachhead. We call this breakout time. Breakout time is measured by understanding that adversaries, once they land, have to do specific steps before they can pivot. They have to download secondary and tertiary tradecraft, escalate privileges, harvest credentials, become persistent, do reconnaissance, and then maybe move laterally. This is the measurement, the time on that box, that's breakout time. So through further analysis, we started to ask ourselves, who's the best? Who's the fastest? Since we see about 30,000 hands-on keyboard incidents a year, we're able to sort of understand this and measure it. You may be familiar with our cryptonym system for how we name our adversaries. We use the national animal of the country. Russians are bears, China's pandas, and then we use spiders to capture our e-criminal groups. So who's the fastest? The bears by far. Coming in at just shy of 19 minutes. From the time they get a beachhead and are gone off that box. Chamilla, if you're not familiar with the chamilla is the official nation-state animal of North Korea, and it is a mythical flying horse. They came in at 2.5 hours, 7 times slower than the bears. Pandas at 4 hours. And then round out the top 5, we have the kittens or the Iranians, and then the e-criminal groups. So why does this matter? It matters because this is how fast we need to be. We need to be responding at lightning speed. If we had an incident at midnight, would we miss all but the spiders before we showed up at work at 8 a.m.? So Katie opened up the conference with, think about where we're going, challenge ourselves in the next decade. And we've come up with a measurement, a metric, that we believe we should be measuring ourselves, measuring our own responses. We believe this metric should be adopted by all companies and government agencies. Of course we do, it's our metric. This metric we call the 1-10-60 rule. We need to challenge ourselves to be able to detect within 1 minute, triage and formulate a plan in 10 minutes, and contain the adversary in 60 minutes. Aggressive? Yeah. Forward-leaning? For sure. But something we should strive for. Maybe to allow you to take a bit of a deep breath, the average breakout time is 1 hour and 58 minutes. Okay, not 19. But it is something I think that we should really strive for. So how are we doing? With the help of an independent marketing research firm called Vance & Born, we launched a survey last fall. And we asked these questions. And we got a number of organizations to respond, 1,500 respondents, good section of types of verticals and countries and size of organizations. And then even more impressive is the IT directors and security managers. I love the fact that these were the respondents because I believe those are the individuals and the personas that are in the trenches day to day. Just one little sidebar. You may have seen that the slides turned from being really, really nice and pretty to these. And these are the ones Justin built. Actually, no, I built them. I just did not have the time to pretty them up. I had to make a joke. Okay, so when we asked the question, how are we doing, those 1,500 respondents, how long does it take you to detect, triage, and respond? The results are that it takes us 120 hours to detect, 11 hours to respond, 11 hours to triage and formulate a plan, and 31 more hours to contain or remediate the. That's 162 hours. It's just shy of 7 days working around the clock. I love it. I love it because we're measuring it. And if we don't measure it, we can't improve it. And the fact that we're there is fine. So if you don't mind me allowing me to drop into a little bit more of the data, I think it'd be interesting to see when we ask the question, how many of the respondents believe their organizations can detect in 1 minute? 11% think they can do it. How many are able to triage in 10 minutes? 9%. How many can respond in that 1 hour? 33 minutes. This is a no blame zone, but is the 33 or the third of the organizations thinking they can contain it after the 131 hours that they took to get there? Again, it's where we are. The money question. How many organizations believe they can do all three? 5%. Do I dare say companies of the third kind? A little bit more information, digging down into each one of these quickly. I thought this was interesting. We asked the question of where's the focus of the organization? Is it more on prevention or detection strategies? And this surprised me a little bit. 40% on average say they're more focused on prevention, 20% on detection. I've highlighted in the boxes the response from this great country called Canada. I really thought about this because I really thought that it would be a little bit closer, more detection focused. We've been on this journey. People know we can't keep the adversary out, but we kind of have to respond. And then I started thinking sort of a counterpoint to this, and I started to remember we launched this last fall. And last year, the uptick of the destructive attacks, the business disruptions, the ransomware, we were coming off of Atlanta and Baltimore in the US. So I was wondering if this frame was back to we need to be able to stop these ransomware attacks. And that kind of rolled into this. Kind of gives me the 50-50 is what I would like to see there. And it doesn't get easier any day, does it? A couple more pieces of information. I wanted to break down the 11 hours. I thought it was interesting. 5 of those 11 hours is just us waiting to get to the detection. And then once we get there, we spend 6 more hours triaging and formulating a plan. Another question I thought was interesting is, how often are you able to understand who's attacking you? And if we understand who's attacking you, then we can make better decisions, faster decisions. We can formulate those plans knowing what their motives are. So half the time. I think that's great. I think that's a positive. More importantly, when we ask the question, do you really think it would help you if you knew more about the adversary? And 99% of the respondents said, absolutely. If we know who's attacking us, then we can formulate better plans. I always like to say we're either in denial or recovery. That's recovery to me. Lastly, I thought I'd just show you where you guys ended on the 31 hours at 26. Mexico thinks they can do it in 14. And then more importantly about that recovery again, 2/3 think this is still too long. So thanks for allowing me to sort of dig into that, because I think some of these things will come back in the next couple minutes. So what can we do? What can we do to improve our ability to respond faster? We need to embrace the new architectures, the crowdsourced, shared models that allow us to have an asymmetrical advantage. Community immunity, learning from each other. It's the way we can keep up. It's the way we can provide information in near real time. It's the way we can process large amounts of information. And I couldn't be more excited about these new architectures because, again, as Justin said, our frame's endpoint, but I was looking at all of the companies that were on the slide, network providers, cloud-based SIMs, and even big data analytics companies are using the power of the crowd to help all of us make better decisions and respond faster. More importantly, we're going to be able to drive out that complexity. We don't have enough people to begin with. Why are we having them spend time on updating servers and licensing and maintenance and boxes all over the place? We can take that out and we can reallocate those dollars into improving our processes. I like to say complexity is the friend of the adversary, and we help the adversary every day. We can do this more efficiently. Number 2, embrace solutions that cover the entire threat landscape. From graph analytics to machine learning, behavioral engines. I was working on this presentation before all of the heightened tensions between the US and Iran, and I was planning on talking about Shamoon, which I'm going to talk about. Everybody in this room probably knows about Shamoon, so we all know it's a wiper malware, brings you back to the Stone Age. We couldn't have any telecommunications. We couldn't get into doors in the company. Our computers are blinking system disk error. It really wipes everything. It was first deployed in 2012 to an oil and gas company. And it was developed by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC. And ever since 2009, when Iran was hit by Stuxnet, they've really spent a lot of money bolstering their offensive capabilities, not only through the IRGC, but through their partners and contractors who are sympathetic to Iran's cause. What you may not know is that many variants of Shamoon have been used since then. One of them not too long ago, and it did what it was supposed to. It knocked out an entire healthcare organization. They weren't able to access patient records. They couldn't dispense medicine and drugs. Lives were at risk. And I said it knocked out the entire organization. Well, everything but about 100 boxes. 100 boxes that were running next-gen machine learning, graph analytics, and behavioral engines were able to convict the variant before it ran. Now, I could have used ransomware, and one of the things that CrowdStrike likes to do is release reports. You probably have heard of our threat report. It's an annual report. But we also do an annual report about from our services organization. And that report just launched last week, so please feel free to download it. And that report says there's still 51% of the attacks are using non-malware-based attacks, which is certainly why we need to have both machine learning and behavioral-based engines. But it also says that 22% of the time, adversaries are using both. And so ransomwares continue to evolve into something we call big game hunting. In this case, the adversary is using both tactics. They'll use malware to establish the beachhead, then they'll drop to non-malware-based living off the land techniques. They'll start to crawl around, be low and slow. They'll map your organization. They'll find out all your critical assets, and then they'll use an implant to encrypt them, hoping that the destruction is so big that you'd be willing to pay a much larger ransom. A couple other thoughts on this. Again, endpoint frame, but the stack is actually using these types of new detection engines across network and SIMs and big data analytics, and it really, really is improving the efficacy of what we're able to provide. The last thing I want to talk about is the services report highlights through their proactive services and incident response that they did last year that none of this matters unless we're willing to turn the knobs. Meaning, we have to turn solutions up enough to be able to get the prevention and detection. I talked about that CISO from the organization from the first story, and he's an amazing individual, and he's communicated to his management that they're going to turn the knobs to 11. And that, yes, they may have a couple hours of business down time, but it's better than the alternative. Now, I know that doesn't work for everybody. I was talking to an individual, Tim, I think, last night, and we were talking about his utility company. And, you know, if I'm generating power, I'm going to have a risk-based approach. But my point is, make sure that we're actually leveraging this, because otherwise we're just adding to the complexity. We have a new layer, but we're not actually leveraging it. We're not actually using it to its... And then leverage the manufacturers, because we'll be able to help you what makes sense on what workloads. Laptops go to 11. Critical infrastructure goes to 4. Just making this up. Hunt. Hunt for the 1%. Machine-assisted human analysis. Think of this as the human detection engine. Create lots of noise. Telemetry. Be wrong way more than you're right. Staff our hunt teams with cross-disciplinary individuals from IT, the business, security, and intelligence. And then give them the opportunity to find an artifact and pull that thread, see what's on the other side. This is the only way we're not going to miss anything. This is how we can find the really hard to finds. And our managed hunt service is called Overwatch. And just like in Crowdstrike, we like to produce reports, and they produce a quarterly report. And in their last quarterly report, they highlighted some interesting tradecraft. They started to see services being started and stopped, network drives being mounted, reconnaissance coming from underneath the Microsoft Distributed Transaction Controller service. Once we started to see this, we realized that this was an ongoing incident. We were pulled in pretty late, so we started to dig in and see if we could figure out what was going on. The rest of the story is that the adversary had compromised another part of the organization, was using valid credentials to RDP in. Yes, maybe some network segmentation. And they were able to replace an Oracle DLL, a DLL called OCI.dll. Put it in the right directory, and MSDCTC service picked it up, sideloaded it into the memory. The implant turned out to be a small web server, accepted post commands over HTTPS, and it just sort of melded into the normal traffic of the organization. From there, I'd tell you, it kind of ran the same attack framework as all the rest. They did reconnaissance. They brought down Mimikatz and proc dump to harvest credentials. They were using RDP and WMI and VB script to move laterally. And then the implant itself took care of things like defense evasion, C2, persistence, and eventually it would have been exfil. These are the types of things that we're hunting for. The anomalous activity that the 99% of the detection engines or prevention engines just can't pick up. Know your adversary. We saw this in the results. We understand it inherently. Let's knock on wood. We go home tonight, the back door is slammed open. We call the authorities. They come over, we say, who was it? What'd they do? Where are they? How'd they get around my defenses? Oh, darn, I only have a ring on the front door. Who are they? Are they a group of teenagers or a targeting group against me? Cyber adversaries, same way. We need to get into their motivations so that we can shift our defensors to preempt future attacks. We need to get into their decision-making process. For example, if we know that they're targeting certain vulnerabilities, then we can prioritize our patch processes to cover off on those vulnerabilities. And lastly, the adversary TTPs help us with this hunt program and in our incident response program. Sidebar that a colleague of mine, Josh, is going to have an entire session on intelligence and the adversaries today at 3:45. Fits your schedule. I'm sure he would love to see you, and he'll have a lot of cool stuff around adversaries and their tradecraft. Build a plan. Build it from the top to the bottom. Okay, Jim, that's easy. Plans across. Let's make it a little bit more difficult. Test the plans. Test them to when we get muscle memory. This is where the hard part is. I have a plan, I build it, I spend all this energy, and I put it right here. This is where it becomes hard because we know we don't have enough resources, we don't know I have enough time, but this is how we get better. This is how we understand how to respond faster. I'll also bring back the knobs. Maybe this is where we spend time turning the knobs to 11 through our red teaming and our blue teaming to make sure that we can have a better idea of the risk if we turn our solutions up a notch. Automate everything. Automation helps us with this lack of resources. Automation fits nicely into our mission of speed. It's like chocolate and peanut butter to me. We automate the tier 1 level information. We need to automate the know the adversary. We can no longer have our resources ripping apart malware in a manual process. We need to be able to move from being reactive to proactive. What do I mean by this? We should be able to grab a file we convict, and be able to say we can quarantine a file. We should be able to grab that file, run it up in an automated sandbox, rip it apart, get those IOCs, run those IOCs up against a crowdsourced data set that says, here are all the variants, grab those variants, rip that apart, get those IOCs, run that up against an intelligence database and say, who is it? Take that information, put it right down into the level 1 and level 2 responders so they can use it as a way to improve their triage and formulation of plan processes. And then more importantly, we need to push that out into the perimeter. I just got hit by one variant. The adversary knows it didn't work. Now I've just protected my organization with 20 others. Endpoint frame again, but this is happening across the proof points and the Zscalers and the Fortinets that I saw on the screen. They're doing this in near real time as well, ripping apart attachments, giving you that telemetry and doing it at lightning speed so that we can make decisions. Extend the organization. It's kind of funny how Justin said that there's a whole bunch of college folks here, and I was challenging with this the fact that this is a catch-all for me for resources and people that are part of the fight. That we need to challenge ourselves to get BC Aware to 1,500 people next year. that we need to continue to make it a priority to mentor our youth so that we can get more of these individuals passionate about the mission, slowing down bad guys. Keep on being mentors. I was talking to someone last night and we were laughing because we're so old that cybersecurity curriculums in colleges were called computer science. But we need to continue to motivate the young, get them excited. This may be low on my priority list, but it is not. It is a high priority. And we can't do this without more people into the fight. We like to say it's one team, one fight. We do have the opportunity to shift the power from the attacker back to us, the defender. I truly believe this. Organizations that have adopted this new paradigm of security, adopting these new architectures that are powering this foundational change so that organizations can better defend themselves. Do I dare say organizations of the third kind that are resilient, that understand they can't keep the adversary out, but they can detect and respond before the adversary meets their objectives. Yes, the adversaries are fast, but we can be just as fast. And remember, speed is everything, and every second counts. Thank you so much for allowing me to kick off your day. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks very much, Jim. We're going to take a couple of minutes, 10 minutes, and then we'll come back or just, do some networking, and then we'll get going with Brian Krebs.
Introduce our next speakers. My colleague from KPMG, Erik Berg. Erik is the head of digital risk and cybersecurity in BC and also has various national roles. And Victor Platt, head of security and privacy at Integrate.ai. Both Erik and Victor are going to talk about artificial intelligence and the future of privacy. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. So I'm going to take a page out of Justin's book, and before we get started, I just want to give a thanks to the BC Aware Organizing Committee. So if you are part of the organizing committee, please stand up. Let everyone see you. If you're a volunteer for BC Aware, everyone's standing up. And also, I think it's important to extend gratitude to if you've served as an ISACA chapter on the ISACA board or a president. I won't make you stand up, but I just want to say thank you. It's quite amazing what we have going on here in Vancouver. We have international reputable cybersecurity professionals coming in as keynote speakers. Kevin Mitnick a couple of years ago, Brian Krebs. This stuff doesn't happen by accident. Significant amount of time and dedication goes into it. It's a not-for-profit organization, and the level of quality of the conference and the speakers is absolutely amazing. So I want to give them a round of applause. KPMG is absolutely thrilled to be a sponsor and be able to support BC Aware. And one of the things as we start off our presentation is we're going to be talking about artificial intelligence and its interaction with privacy, the intersection. So in doing extensive research in the past, artificial intelligence, my extensive research was through Wikipedia. The artificial intelligence was coined by John McCarthy, and together there was a conference that occurred shortly thereafter, the Dartmouth Conference in the summer of 1956, which formally introduced AI as a formal topic. Various different universities, advanced education institutions started offering programs. And so AI is not new. What's different about it right now is a couple of things. One, the drastic emergence over the last decade of cloud computing. Two, drastically bringing down the costs of data storage and also data processing. And the cumulative emergence and the evolution of various different cognitive technologies, whether it's robotic process automation, natural language processing, deep neural networks, machine learning. They all have contributed to transitioning us from traditional robotic acting like humans to actually thinking about humans. So as far as AI, we all know and understand that it is increasing in adoption. So various different studies recently performed by KPMG has indicated that approximately 23% are planning on piloting an AI solution. 31% have already implemented some type of AI process within their business model. So we're roughly half of the people responding are either doing it or piloting it. And the other 47 have begun limited implementations for specific processes. So it is gaining confidence. And one of the things that we are constantly aware of, in especially everybody in this room, is that security, privacy, and IT assurance professionals are desperately needed to be a part of the equation and at the table. And I would argue are mandatory to be at the table to help build trust in the adoption of AI. So one of the things that we are also looking at is the money. Got to follow the money. Various different estimates are out there. Forbes estimates that AI adoption and deployment is going to be over a $200 billion industry. That to me seems conservative. And point being is that it's here to stay. And I would argue, and we can have conversations about it in, at the break, that AI is going to be the most influential piece of technology that will impact both citizens, society, and businesses as a whole over the coming decade. So that is why we chose the specific topic, because it links right in with the overall theme of this year's BC Aware Conference as far as cybersecurity and the decade ahead. So as before I get into this slide, I just want to talk briefly about kind of the human element of artificial intelligence. And I'm not sure if you recognized or knowingly knew the first time that you experienced or interacted with AI. But my experience was very profound. It happened a couple of years back when myself and my family went down and visited another family down in Washington State, and they had one of the first versions of Alexa. And the kids went in there, and they were having a great time the entire weekend, playing different songs, getting Alexa to tell jokes, turning on the lights, everything. I thought it was pretty cool. But what was interesting was when we came back to our house and they walked through the door, the first thing out of my youngest kid's mouth was, "Alexa, turn on the lights." We didn't have anything. We didn't have any smart home technology. But what was really interesting, and he kept on asking Alexa to do things, like it didn't stop there. He started talking to the iPad. "Alexa, turn on the game." But what was interesting about it was, whether you're a child or an adult, once you experience something and it has a tangible benefit and value to you, you expect it. Right now, I have an older version of Sonos. Doesn't have voice recognition. I think it's a pain. And I never thought that, like, all I got to do is go to my smartphone and turn it on. But I want to be able to talk to things now because I've experienced it with other products. So, you know, the human psychology around AI is significant. And what was also interesting was thinking back on that story, even being in, you know, the field, I was a little bit oblivious as far as what were they using with that information that we were providing them. How are they using it? Fast forward a couple of years, it's top of mind of all the organizations and how we think about AI. So adoption is increasing, and also the number of risks and concerns are coming out. So in another survey, 60% of the respondents see regulatory constraints as a barrier to implementing AI. So that's what we're going to be doing right now, is we're going to be going to deep dive into the privacy aspects a little bit later on with Victor. 35% only have a high level of trust in their own organization's analytics. And reading deeper into that is 2 points. One is the algorithms that are deployed, and also the data integrity. And 92% question trustworthiness of data analytics and are worried about their impact. So everybody recognizes that there are risks and issues with responsibly deploying AI. Being good cybersecurity professionals and IT risk managers, we always think what could go wrong. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. We see fairly routinely different examples of AI gone awry. So where Amazon scrapped sexist AI tool. In here, I deleted it, but we're all friends here. There was a headline which I find hilarious. Twitter taught Microsoft chatbot to be a racist a-hole in less than a day. But there are significant implications, especially when you think about health and safety, AI deployed within a health environment and utility environment. Thousands face incorrect benefit cuts from automated fraud detection. So it can go wrong, and people recognize that it can go wrong. One of the challenges is that the level of skills and capabilities that you need to take a look at the AI problem and to be able to mitigate the risk is, I think, more complex than other traditional technology adoptions that we faced in the past. I mean, just think about implementing an ERP system. Yeah, there's lots of risks associated with that, but we kind of have a good handle on all the different moving parts. With AI, you need people with deep data analytics skill set, understanding of the data. You need security skill set, both on-premise, cloud, integration. You need privacy skill set, regulatory, legal skill set, governance, leadership. There's a bunch of moving parts. Tax implications, the ethics of AI. Who's an expert on ethics and AI? They're starting to come. So there's a lot of different things that can go wrong. Basically, they can be summarized into one of 4 categories that we look at. AI getting it wrong, so incorrect algorithm. AI getting out of control, bots getting out of control. We've seen various different examples of that. Not being able to explain that AI got it right. So the explainability of the algorithm. If someone is denied a loan, can you explain why? Also, learning and relearning. As regulation changes, how can you unlearn what you've already known and relearn the new regulation changes? There's lots of different aspects. And finally, inadequate governance to prevent any of the 3 points previously. So what are we doing about it? So what was interesting is we were hosting one of the sector days yesterday, and someone told a story. Rob from Tech, if he's in the room, told a story that really resonated with me. He was at a conference, a bunch of Google and AWS analytics and data scientists, and he posed the question, who here has 100% confidence that they can control their AI platform? And evidently no one put their hand up. So that just reinforces the number of people and the number of skill sets that are required to have responsible adoption of AI. So there are various different control frameworks that are being deployed. Various different service providers and vendors are deploying AI-related control frameworks. But the point being is that, as we all know, with regulation, regulation lags the adoption and advancement of technology. And people are not waiting for legislation to come. Even though just as recently as 7 hours ago, the CEO of Google made a comment around there needs to be legislation around AI. And we know it's obviously coming, but organizations need to get out in front of it. So one of the things that we've developed is AI and control framework. The purpose of the topic is not to go into that in detail, but one of the things that I just want to talk about are key anchors of trust. Regardless of what framework or risk management framework you're deploying, there are key anchors of trust, including algorithm integrity, so that gets to non-biased algorithms, and also the underlying data architecture and data not being biased. Explainability of the algorithm. You need to be able to look inside and explain what is happening. Can't think of it as a black box anymore. Resiliency. This gets to availability of the AI platform. So heavy on security, heavy on disaster recovery planning, and privacy controls as well. And then finally, fairness, ethics and accountability. So there are so many ethical questions that we need to ask ourselves around as organizations responsibly deploy AI. So, as I mentioned, there are broad frameworks that are available and are being deployed and enhanced as we speak. What we wanted to dive a little bit deeper on is, regardless of whatever framework you have in place, this is not a new concept, but this holds more true than ever before, is the concept of privacy by design and security by design. You need to bake in the fundamentals as the algorithms, as the platforms are being deployed. It saves time, it saves money, and there's an evolving field of how does that work within an AI context. But I just want to quickly talk about privacy by design, the 7 principles. So these were principles that were unanimously approved by global data protection and privacy commissioners back in 2010. They still hold true right now. So, and a lot of these are synonymous with security as well. So be proactive, not reactive. Think about the entire control environment, building in controls up front and throughout the entire process. Privacy as a default setting. So no additional action required. This was a big hot topic at the CES 2020 technology conference, where a lot of the different technology companies were talking about not just the new features, but privacy. So there was a headline around the new hot topic at the conference was privacy, which was good. Privacy embedded into the design. We are going to be doing a deep dive into that with Victor shortly. Full functionality, so positive sum versus not zero sum. So you don't want to be adding something and taking away from something else. We want to be continually growing. End-to-end security. Many of us know about that important principle in our day-to-day work. Visibility and transparency. I already talked about that from an algorithm perspective. You need to be able to explain what it's doing. And respect for user privacy. Keep it user-centric. I'm actually seeing more technology companies deploying features and functionality to make it easier to understand what your privacy settings are. So with that said, that's kind of the macro view of AI and kind of the risks associated with it. We're going to be going now into a deeper dive into privacy and privacy by design. And please join me in welcoming Victor Platt up to the stage. Oh. As you can see, we're going to be doing a fireside chat. I did not know that this was an animated GIF. So, okay. So Victor is head of security and privacy at Integrate.ai. Rather than me talking about it, we wanted to hear from someone that is in the trenches day to day and dealing with these issues on the front lines. So thank you, Victor, for joining us. Can you please tell us a little bit about what Integrate.ai does and the importance of security and privacy as it relates to your mission and your business?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks, Eric. It's my pleasure to be here today and to see some familiar faces in beautiful Vancouver. So at Integrate, our mission is to build a better future for people and businesses. Lofty, right? Before getting into what exactly that means, I kind of want to just paint a bit of a picture of the landscape in which we're operating and where we've seen opportunity for our business. Really, for the past 15 to 20 years, the technology industry has been dominated by a few key players who have massive amounts of personal information and use AI in a very sophisticated manner. As traditional businesses rush to catch up with the big tech giants, they are hungry for data. And their options to get it are increasingly problematic from a privacy perspective. From shady data brokerages to always listening IoT devices, as well as questionable value exchanges and consent regimes, the world of third-party data augmentation is pretty dark right now. I think a key proof point of this state of affairs is the Cambridge Analytica scandal of a few years ago, where data was collected without clear consent, it was shared in non-transparent ways, and then really used to manipulate people. Some analysts are calling this state of affairs almost a fundamentally new economic logic that the technology industry is working on, and they call it surveillance capitalism. So this is where Integrate comes in. We're building what we're calling the Trusted Signals Exchange, which is the world's first and largest consumer intelligence network, which enables companies to share cross-industry intelligence, leverage machine learning in a completely secure and private way.
Just so you know, I had to get Victor to explain that to me 3 different times before I started to wrap my head around it, because it's pretty interesting how that actually happens.
Well, hopefully I do a better job
Okay.
today. So maybe make it a bit real from with using a use case. So right now our primary use case is essentially providing real-time recommendations to our customers on how to better serve their consumers as they're shopping on their websites. Basically, a customer will send us a data frame of de-identified information about some consumer and ask us a question: what should I do now? And we provide back in real time a recommendation that takes one of 3 forms. The first one would be do nothing, this person's just looking around. The second one would be do nothing, this person's on a mission, they were always going to purchase some product or another. Or the third one is really, if you were to give this person a free upgrade, they would be more likely to buy because they love legroom when they're traveling. Now, what's different? Why is this unique from a security and privacy perspective? Instead of augmenting and buying a bunch of data and augmenting our customers' machine learning models with actual raw data, we create what we call signals, which are essentially mathematical representations of aggregated human behavior that we've derived from de-identified data sets of consumer data. We then take those signals and share those across the network to boost the performance of our customers' machine learning models. I think importantly, this all happens without having to share, mix, or purchase any other data or compromise consumer privacy. I would say this is kind of our core thesis. This privacy-first approach is better for people and better for businesses. And that's what I mean by building a better future for people and businesses.
Great. So, in that context, and looking at the specific security and privacy challenges with AI, the regulatory landscape with GDPR, what do you see the big challenges are for yourself and also for your consumers?
Yeah, certainly. So I think your kind of opening remarks did a good job covering the space. I'd like to dive a little bit deeper on the privacy side. I think about this in kind of 3 ways. AI is exacerbating existing, introducing new, and changing the nature of privacy risk. On the exacerbation side, there's just so much more data, more sensitive data, being used to make more consequential decisions in a probabilistic way, which changes how we need to think about the decision outcomes and that sort of thing. Obviously, lower kind of barriers to entry is having a lot more people, a lot more organizations, typically with less experience using AI, developing pretty sophisticated algorithms, and changing the unit of analysis that we as kind of risk professionals need to think about when we're doing threat modeling and risk assessment. And I think you touched on this a little bit too, is the regulatory landscape. So while I am all for kind of all of the kind of recent push for increased regulation with the GDPR, most recently the CCPA in California, as well as the impending PIPEDA refresh, the maturation process of us figuring that out and what stuff actually means is going to be painful. And we kind of live with that every day. I think a couple of the specific points that are particularly challenging are what, and this is pretty fundamental, what actually is personal information. We're thinking about new things like MAC addresses, IP addresses, in combination with other types of information. And mostly for us, we think a lot about how to create data that's de-identified, or what we call contextually anonymous. What is actually enough, and what does that get you from a legal and compliance perspective? And the last one is also equally fundamental, things like the right to be forgotten. What does that mean in the context of learned parameters within a machine learning model? And then we have a whole swath of kind of new risks. The way that I think about this, and I think we heard a little bit from Brian on this, is that good guys don't have the monopoly on the value of AI. We're seeing a lot of kind of new threats or augmented capabilities from attackers. Even something as simple as a phishing email. We've all gotten those. In order to create really convincing ones, it's hard. It takes a human to do that. Whereas what we're starting to see is attackers using AI and natural language processing to create much more convincing phishing emails at scale. So instead of spending 2 hours to be able to do some research, craft a targeted spear phishing email, now you can automate that process and send 10,000 out in that same span of time. We're also starting to see attackers using machine learning to bypass traditional controls like antivirus, as well as more sophisticated re-identification attacks, which raises the bar on what we have to think about when we're de-identifying or anonymizing data. I think the last one, and probably most interesting to kind of this group, is that it's changing the nature of how we need to think about risk. As I alluded to kind of previously, it's fundamentally changing the unit of analysis. So it's no longer adequate to think about just some data in some system with deterministic logic. We know the realm of the possible in terms of potential consequences. We just don't know that anymore, and we need to adapt our thinking to be able to account for those types of risks. A good example is we're now asking questions about the security and privacy properties of models themselves, as opposed to the data or the systems in which they're contained.
Perfect. So what are some of the best practices that organizations can use to assist with identifying and mitigating security privacy implications associated with AI? So, you know, if I'm a CIO or if I'm responsible for security or IT risk management, what should I be thinking about?
Yeah, certainly. So great question. I think I'm going to start with just saying, as we heard from Brian earlier, getting the basics of security and privacy right doesn't change. That needs to happen regardless, and you can't lose sight of that based on kind of thinking about the new, cool, sexy stuff. That being said, I'm going to talk about the new, cool, sexy stuff today. I also just want to kind of step back a little bit and say my perspective is very much based on being head of security and privacy at a B2B software company. So it may not always be relevant to everyone. I hope some of what I say is. But if you're not in a B2B SaaS context, you can then take what I say here, and this is what you should be asking your SaaS vendors. So hopefully it's useful regardless. This one's a little bit close to kind of my heart and my background, is really expanding how we think about threat modeling and risk assessments. We really need a new taxonomy to talk about machine learning and AI systems. And I'm going to enumerate a couple of the key factors or a baseline threat model that I think everyone can use to kind of better assess the real risks associated with AI systems. Typically, these systems have 5 key components. The first one being the test data, the training data. This is what the second piece is, the learning algorithm actually learns from. The third piece is the learned parameters. So this is what is actually being learned through applying the learning algorithm to the training data. Those learning parameters can have different security properties, different privacy properties, and then finally it's the test inputs and the test outputs. And all of that is wrapped in kind of what I call the interface or the attack surface. So whether your algorithm or your system is exposed to get queries like ours is, we run a prediction service, so there's inputs and outputs going out on a pretty frequent basis, or whether if it's just machine to machine, the properties and the risk and the attack surface changes based on that. There's actually a great talk at RSA a few years ago by a fellow named Ian Goodfellow, where I kind of adapted this threat model from, which I encourage everyone to watch that talk. It's very good. We also need to think and add a dimension to our thinking about threat modeling and risks around time. It's no longer, these systems aren't static. Their security and privacy properties change over time. I think a great example you brought up, Erik, is Microsoft Tay, who had certain properties when it first started, and then based on all the inputs that came in, those properties changed. And it had unintended, and which is kind of sad, unforeseen consequences in terms of being a...
Right. And it can happen quickly. It can happen slowly over time, but it can also happen quickly based upon the real-time nature of the platforms.
Absolutely. Now, in terms of conducting risk assessments or building threat models for AI systems, I find a top-down approach is most effective. Starting really by articulating who are the key stakeholders, what is the sensitivity of the data in the system, what are some of the desired use cases, contact surfaces, and outcomes. Once you have a clear understanding, I usually just draw a picture of it. Once you have a clear understanding of that, you can really kind of identify those abuse cases, so feeding Tay racist a-hole stuff. And then also really understand the consequences that are potentially there. And then you take that from a business view down, and you can work your way down the stack according to our kind of traditional methodologies for identifying and assessing risk. The second thing I wanted to talk about really is think about what data you actually need to be able to power or feed the machine learning models for your desired outcomes. Machine learning models do not actually do anything with static identifiers about people. So names, email addresses, phone numbers, they just don't use them. So you probably don't need them. And that's kind of the approach we take at Integrate, is we have 0 direct identifiers in any of our data sets. And we also think through, our models actually look at behavioral or transactional data. And that's what we focus on as opposed to stuff like direct identifiers, which make privacy risk much higher. I think the third piece is really around isolating your customer data in some like logical way. It's often easier, and this is I think a remnant of the past, to create these massive data sets with all the rows and all the fields that you think you could ever need. But what that does is increases privacy risk, and it also creates a huge attack, a huge target for attackers to try to get into. It can also lead to regulatory issues. Certainly under the CCPA, there's very strict requirements about data isolation, whether you become a third party or in the business of selling data. And if you keep them isolated, you can have a better posture in terms of that. The other thing is new machine learning methods can help here. Things like federated learning, where you learn on local data sets and then you aggregate the results into overall models, which have the same or better performance as if you were to put all that data in one place and actually train your models on that. And I think finally, it's really about baking this stuff in, these concerns in by design. Maybe a good segue to talk a bit about privacy by design, Erik.
Right, yeah, no, that's great. And I don't think I mentioned that Integrate.ai recently became the first AI native company in the world to actually achieve privacy by design certification. So privacy by design certification is actually relatively new. Can you take us through what was involved and lessons learned with your privacy by design journey?
Sure. Thanks for the shout out. We are definitely pretty proud of that achievement. And obviously grateful to our friends at KPMG for helping us through that. So first, the certification process was quite rigorous. We worked with your colleagues to kind of scope out the boundaries of our platform, what the specific data coming in and data flows going out were, and then assessed our people, process, and technology across all 7 principles, but also the 94 people that comprise the framework, which was good fun, and I'm sure lots of the folks here can relate to having to go through these types of things.
A little bit rigorous.
Yeah, which was good. And what we found certainly is that it made us think about things that we hadn't always thought about, and also validated some of our kind of foundational thinking. I'd like to say maybe 2 kind of higher level things about the certification and how we use it. First off, it's based on, the scope of the certification is a system. It's not some ephemeral sense of the organization's management system or kind of process end to end. It's really focused on providing assurance that the system, the AI system in question, has certain properties and upholds the highest kind of standards for security and privacy. So I think that's actually useful in a sense that organizations now have so many products. We probably all recognize that you can have the best processes in the world, but they just weren't applied to that one product that actually really matters, and which I think differentiates it from other certification regimes. And myself, I kind of sit with our engineers every day, and that resonates much more with the technical teams than something like another certification, which would look at governance and your management system.
Other broader perspective.
Yeah, and not that it doesn't cover that, but it's more focused on
Right.
the actual product, which I think is important, especially in a technology company. Over the longer term, and I think this is just kind of my final comment on this, is what we've really found most useful about this is using these 7 principles as a design heuristic. So I'm now in meetings where my product managers, my engineers, my data scientists are actually using these principles to actually think of and make design decisions. A great example is I was sitting in a design meeting a few weeks ago, and we were having some disputes, not a dispute, but
Healthy conversation.
healthy, yes, that's a great way to describe it, about some feature or some setting. And one of our product managers stepped back and said, okay, how can we be user-centric about this? And we basically, I didn't even have to say anything as the security and privacy guy, and once you have advocates in other parts of the business who are owning these decisions, I think that was a huge win, and shows the power of certainly the 7 principles. So
Perfect. We have other questions, but I think that we gotta wrap it up. And just to finalize our closing remarks, I feel and others that we are at a tipping point with the adoption of AI. It's just going to become synonymous with many different things that we do. Trust is a big component of responsibly adopting AI platforms within your organization, we have a critical role to play as security and privacy and assurance professionals. And I can't emphasize enough the whole concept around privacy by design and security by design within the context of deploying AI. It's not going to be an overnight success. We're going to learn over time, which as we adopt many different different technologies, we learn over time. But the closing comment is you need to have a strategy and a roadmap in place to achieve a trustworthy AI application across your enterprise. And I think that hopefully this discussion and other discussions later on today will help you with the different types of questions and things that you should be looking at in deploying AI within your organization. So I'm just going to stop there. And do we have a question in the back? Do you want to take that?
Sure. So privacy by default is, I think, maybe a good analog would be to kind of fail safe or fail closed, whereas it's not something sometimes you have to opt into using MFA for some system. This would be more MFA by default, where it's not an opt-in. Maybe you can opt out depending on the degrees of freedom that you want. And then I think your visibility and transparency question is also quite a good one. The way that I think about that is visibility is making sure that you are able to observe the state of some properties, whereas transparency is you're making the state of those properties visible. So one's more active, one's more passive. That's a little bit of a theoretical answer, I guess. Is that helpful?
And also
Sort
the whole concept around explainability and reperformance
Yes.
of the algorithm itself.
For sure.
As well. So I'm not sure if Justin or Katie are in the room, but with that, we're a little bit over our time slot, but I'd like to thank you for your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions out in the hallway. Thanks. Good job.
Thanks, Erik.
comment about the opportunity of cloud security for employment opportunities and the importance of it, we would get the vast majority of people back in. But at any rate, I appreciate your time today. I'll go over a couple things. So Brian commented on a very important concept about security. Right? Security is a people, processes, and technology problem. Right? It is a business problem. So while I may be talking about a lot of the technology aspects of AWS today, because we're a tech vendor, we also acknowledge the importance of people and processes, right? The cloud, there's a lot of similarities between the cloud and your on-prem data centers, but there's a lot of differences. And unlike other products, so if you switch from, say, a Cisco firewall to a Palo Alto firewall, there are some differences with the interface, but most of the capabilities are the same. And you just have to learn some minor differences. But as you do shift from an on-prem to the cloud, it is a vast difference of technology platforms that you have to learn. So what Brian talked about for training, for people, is ultimately important. So I'm going to talk about some great things we have at AWS, but I don't want to oversimplify the fact that it is still difficult if you don't have trained and capable people, okay? If you don't have a culture. If you have not shifted from that waterfall method of development with a separate operational model team to DevOps, right? Just because you purchase Jira, which is a great product, doesn't mean you have DevOps, right? It's not till you get the culture and you actually get the processes in place. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started. A little bit about myself. So prior to AWS, I was in the U.S. Navy for 25 years. I managed your traditional data centers, your traditional networks. So I was the operations officer for all Navy networks and telecommunications in Europe. I was a Navy CIO for Japan and the regional CISO for Asia. When I left the Navy, I went to the city of Washington, D.C., where I was the deputy CISO for the city government, with a strategic focus on governance, risk, and compliance. Coming from that traditional on-prem environment for my entire career, my entire adult life, and I got to D.C., DC was starting to move to the cloud, okay? We were starting to implement Office 365. We were implementing the DC Healthcare Exchange, which was our implementation of the Affordable Care Act in the US on AWS. Now, I will tell you, I was absolutely terrified of the cloud. I was not going to support it. I was going to lose visibility. I was going to lose control. In a city government, and especially in the US, which is highly regulated, I had so many different compliance frameworks that I had to comply with at different agencies around the city. All right? Completely not going to support it. Completely against it. But I also always prided myself on not being the security department of no. And I'm like, if I'm going to say no, I needed to have the data to back it up. I need to be able to explain why no was the right call. So I tasked my staff, I tasked myself to just learn what this cloud was. Because to be honest, coming from that traditional on-prem environment, other than using my personal Dropbox, I didn't really have a good understanding what cloud really is. And even today, I still find that a lot of people really don't understand what the cloud really is, okay? First of all, there's a lot of difference between an infrastructure cloud service provider, which is what we primarily are, and software as a service providers. There's a vast difference in that. There's a lot of misinformation out there. We have a lot of vendors slapping the cloud sticker on their products to get in on that market share. So once we started realizing, we started digging deep on what the cloud was, it didn't take us long to figure out, okay, we could achieve the same security and compliance in the cloud. Now that was a surprise. We didn't expect that, but that was the best we could hope for. But as we kept learning and kept kind of toying around with the cloud, we started realizing a couple things, that we were actually able to improve our security and compliance in the cloud. And that was completely surprising to us, right? What it did, though, was it highlighted a couple of areas that have been long-term deficiencies or problems within an on-prem environment. That I think everybody has something in their life where you just get used to the way things are, right? Even though you know they're not as good as they should be, you just get used to them, and you just keep trucking, doing the best you can, right? And so what that did was it highlighted 4 areas that are usually problematic in on-prem environment. A lack of visibility, a lack of resiliency, challenges with implementing defense in depth, and then a low degree of automation. Well, I'm going to talk about each four of these today, and these all four challenges in an on-prem environment actually became benefits of using the cloud. But before I do that, kind of going back to Brian Krebs, I'm going to talk about our shared responsibility model, because Brian brought up a very good point. We typically have, for brand new people, kind of really new to the cloud, there's kind of two trains of thought. There's either A, the cloud is not secure, I can't trust the cloud, I can't use the cloud, which is not true. Or the cloud is 100% secure. I trust Amazon, right? I shop with them every day. Perfect, which is also not necessarily true. You have a responsibility. And so, kind of like what Brian was talking about, if you build a data center today, are you disappointed that it didn't come with a firewall? No, you have to buy the firewall, right? So we have services. Some services are free. Some services are you pay for, but it's a pay-as-you-go model. So now instead of paying millions of dollars up front to build your data center, to buy your firewalls and your IDSs, you can implement what you need, test them out, use them. If you don't need them, if you find something better, you can turn it off. You didn't spend a lot of money for that. But the bottom line is we are responsible for the security of the cloud, the infrastructure, our services. Our customers are responsible for the security, oh, the laser's hitting over there, in the cloud, okay? So we have services, encryption services. It's up to you to actually use them. Really not, there are moments in time where not every piece of data must be encrypted. If you have a public-facing web page with public data, right, you want that secure HTTPS, right, but the public data itself may not need to be encrypted. You have a cat video, that doesn't necessarily need to be encrypted, right? So it's up to you to turn on those services and use them as you need to meet your business. All right, so from there, I'm going to get into the first point, the first benefit, visibility. This is boring stuff. This is like what Brian was talking about, the boring basics. I call it cyber hygiene, okay? But the important thing about visibility is that you cannot secure, monitor, or respond to anything that you don't know exists. Visibility in an on-prem environment is very challenging for a variety of reasons. I have had many of these happen to me in my experience. Everything from, you have all these different technology platforms. They all have different logging schemas, right? The information that they track, how they're organized, how they're used, okay? They might have different timing sources, hopefully not, but oftentimes on a network, they have different timing sources. So as you're trying to correlate activity across different technology platforms, it can be very difficult to correlate that. Now, we have some great SIMs out there that try to help with this, but it can still be challenging if you have different timing sources. Network segmentation can also be a problem. Oftentimes, not all of the logs get from one part of the network to where your SIM is, right? They're being blocked for some reason. Your security tools may not be able to get through a network segment to scan what's in there. You might have endpoints that aren't either configured properly or reporting properly. Okay, there's a variety of reasons why we don't really get the visibility we need in an on-prem environment. And that's something that it's in our mind, in the paradigm that we have, it's kind of, it doesn't make sense, right? If I can physically touch the server, well, I have visibility into it, right? But the days of physical visibility being what's important are over. Today, you have to have logical visibility. In an on-prem environment, that's what's really challenging, is that logical visibility. So I'm going to kind of go through, because visibility is kind of the boring basics. I'm going to make a few points, but I'm going to try to go through these a little bit quicker so you get some more exciting stuff. So in AWS, there's a couple ways to obtain visibility, but we have our general console where you can log in and you can see everything you have. So this changes a little bit, right? So now it doesn't matter whether the status of the server is on or off, what network segment it's on, what part of the organization owns it. If it's in AWS, you have that visibility that you know it's there. You know its state, okay? One of the most important things is to be able to use resource tags, right? So oftentimes in an on-prem environment, it's difficult to identify network assets unless they're named a certain way, right? So in my experience, we used to name our Microsoft Exchange servers for email EXCH01 or 02, right? So that way when I look at it, oh, that's an Exchange server, right? Well, now you can tag all of your assets. and use more than one tag. You don't have to rely on a particular naming scheme. So now I can tag a set of servers or some assets with a particular department code, a particular compliance. So if everything needs to be PCI compliant, I can tag them all as PCI. Now when I run queries, I can run a query, give me all the assets that must be PCI compliant, okay? So now I'm able to add some context with some of the visibility of the assets I have, which we typically didn't have before, okay? Skipping to probably the most important thing, though, is the ability to use API, right? So as we continue to grow, as our IT infrastructures continue to grow and scale, we cannot keep up, right, through human manual processes, okay? You've got to be able to automate. And the way to automate is through APIs. Every service within AWS is operated off an API. So even if you're in a web console, clicking on a link, it gets converted to an API. That's how our services talk to each other. That's how our services talk to other products from our partners. And so API-driven communications and visibility is the key here. All right, so again, in the respectful of time, I'm not going to go into all the services, but I want to highlight a couple of differences here. So these are just some of the services that provide visibility, primarily for security purposes. Every service provides information about how you use that service, but these are really what we typically see in a security environment. So what I want to highlight here is this AWS CloudTrail. This is the fundamental logging service for all the activity within your environment, right? You no longer have to worry about different schemas from different product vendors. You don't have to worry about different timing sources or network segmentation. Because we have the homogeneous infrastructure underlining everything, we have that visibility, that improved visibility for all the logs that are there. This tracks all the activity within your environment, okay? Who did what when they did it? Was it a service account? Was it a user account? What role were they using? Absolutely everything within your environment for activity, okay? The Amazon VPC flow logs, that's all that network traffic coming in and out of your AWS environment, okay, that you have sitting on top of our infrastructure. CloudWatch is basically, I don't want to really call it a SIM, all right, so there's some very powerful SIMs out there, but it really aggregates those logs into one central repository, and you can create alerts and events on it. Okay, so so far this is kind of basic stuff for you, right? You have this in an on-prem environment, although I would argue that the improved reliability of those logs are better here. But CloudWatch, based off those alerts and events, is fundamental to probably the greatest, one of the greatest advantages of moving to the cloud, and that's the ability to automate, right? So I'm going to talk more about automation later. But then we start getting into services like AWS Trusted Advisor. So this is a free service. What you are able to do now, Trusted Advisor looks at your environment, and it helps you determine if you are following best practices, right? Now, in an on-prem environment, if you wanted to know if you're following a best practice for a particular product, you're going to have to download the best practice guide and do a manual comparison, right? Who's done that, right? Hopefully the engineer, when they first installed it, did it, but who knows what changes over time. Trusted Advisor is always looking at your environment. Are you always following best practices? Are you using multi-factor authentication for your root and privilege accounts? Do you have an S3 bucket? S3 is our simple storage service, right? So that's where you can store all your files. By default, it's not open to the public internet, okay? From an organizational perspective, there are controls you can put in place that would prevent S3 from ever being open to the public internet. However, some customers still, unfortunately, make a mistake, and they do open up a bucket to the internet that has sensitive information in it. That's usually what you see in the news when you see our name. Trusted Advisor lets you know when you have a bucket open to the public internet. Right? Not to mention that you have to click like 100 warnings when you try to do it to make sure you know what you're doing. But the point here is you have these services now, because of the homogeneous environment, to start looking at your environment. Doesn't just give you the visibility, you're able to automate that visibility and let you know when you're not necessarily following best practice. I'm going to talk more about Guard Duty later, but between Guard Duty and Macy, Macy is a service that looks at your files, your storage, and it lets you know where you have sensitive data at rest. So when you think of the traditional data loss prevention or DLP service, right, it typically sits at the perimeter, and it's looking at sensitive data trying to leave your network, right? And it either blocks it or it allows it and it alerts you, okay? But where is that data to begin with? Have you properly secured the data to begin with? That's usually the challenge. So Macy will help you identify where your sensitive data is at rest. So you can take actions on it to properly encrypt it, properly manage access to it before anybody ever tries to access it or allow it to leave the network. Also, between those two services of GuardDuty and Macy, it has some user behavior analytics, right? So Brian was talking about this earlier too. If you have, say, an Excel file with all your employees' sensitive data on it, their addresses, their phone numbers, maybe even Social Security, well, I think it's called SIN here, right? It's accessed by 2 people in HR, Monday through Friday, normal working hours, right? It learns that. Well, what happens if that file is accessed over 500 times at 2 o'clock in the morning on a weekend, right? It detects that anomaly, that user anomaly, all right? So these are the things that start providing that visibility, all right? So now this is fundamental. So while visibility is boring, it is part of cyber hygiene. And you cannot get to the advanced stuff. You cannot really stay on top of your security unless you have solid visibility to begin with. Actually, I should step back. So AWS Artifact is not a real IT service. It's a document repository for all of our third-party audit reports. So we comply with over 90 different framework standards, compliance regimes internationally. And so if you want to pull down an audit report as a customer and look through the controls that were assessed and how well we did, you can do so through AWS Artifact. And while it's not up here, I don't know how many people know, I am pleased to announce that as about a month ago it was released that we meet the Protected B medium standard at the Canada national level, so PBMM, okay? And we also are compliant with BC FOIPA. All right, so with that, we're going to get into resiliency. This is one of my favorite aspects of the cloud. This is one of the things that really started opening my eyes to the true benefit of the cloud. In security, we talk about CIA, right? Confidentiality, integrity, and availability. However, we focus most of our efforts on confidentiality and integrity. Availability is hard, right? I heard in the KPMG session, when it was talked about resiliency, the words used after that was disaster recovery, right? Okay, well, let's start, because high availability, having something in place to prevent the disaster or to overcome the disaster as it happens without having to go to your DR plan is actually more important. This is one of the reasons why, even if costs were the same, this was to me, one of the greatest advantages. Actually, step back. My time in the Navy and my time in DC, probably the thing that I worried about most, and it was actually brought up by the CEO of Econ 11 last night in the reception panel, was a denial of service. What happens if you're in a city, like when I was in DC or here in Vancouver, if 911 goes down, right? Or somebody does a denial of service of that, okay? Even some of the most critical applications for some of the largest organizations that spend a lot of money, typically those critical applications live in one physical data center, oftentimes on one single server stack, right? And I can't tell you the number of times that I've had to worry about if we lost a server, it's hours or days before we get it reconstituted. Or if we lost a data center, having to reconstitute another data center, okay? Some people have the money, they might have a cold site, but it's still hours or days before they bring it up, depending on the data. So with AWS, you start getting a resilient, highly available infrastructure to build on, and this is what's important. So we have 22 regions, 69 availability zones, and 109 edge locations, or 199 edge locations. So you can see the cities where we have the regions, and the number in parentheses are the availability zones. Okay, so this is very, very important to understand as to what the infrastructure is. So what is a region? So this can be kind of confusing, because even though we have several infrastructure cloud service providers, and we all use the word region, what region means differs between us, okay? And so it's very important to understand this. So a region for AWS is a metropolitan area, okay, where we build our data centers within a particular country, okay? A region is comprised of at least 2 or more availability zones. Now, the new standard is 3 availability zones, so that's what you're seeing now. Some availability zones, like in US East, has 6 availability zones. An availability zone is a logical concept. It's a logical fault isolation zone, okay? This is how we build our infrastructure that allows for us to do maintenance and limit the impact and scope of any type of service outage. Within an availability zone is at least 1 physical data center, but there are typically more, okay? We do not disclose a number or locations of data centers for security purposes. But this is where the differences lie between cloud service providers, okay? An availability zone for us, because we have these physical data centers, our data centers are physically separate facilities. They are not data center 1 on the first floor, data center 2 on the second floor of the same building. What good is that if you lose the building, okay? So, and of course we have the typical, multiple ISP, multiple power generators and so forth coming in. But the availability zone concept is what allows us to provide, for the vast majority of our services, an SLA of 99.99% for availability and a durability of our S3 storage of 11 nines. That's 99.9 more 9% durability, okay? That goes into what's the risk of us losing one of your files. And I forget the total number, but it's something like we might lose 1 in a billion files over 1 million years, okay? This is really important to understand this, okay? So from here though, so it's great. We have this, good for you, AWS. What does it mean for me? Well, this is where you can start to build on that infrastructure. So this is, say, a typical on-prem data center. The firewall at the top is just your typical perimeter security, whatever it may be. Okay, you have load balancers. These are physical appliances, right? Hopefully you have more than one. But you still get into a situation where you could potentially, depending on, maybe you bought them 4 years ago and you're already at capacity. If you were to lose one of your 2 load balancers, you might not be able to service all your customers if you've grown over the years, right? It comes to that life cycle management problem again for an on-prem environment. You have your web servers, your app servers, and a database servers, and a 3-tier web app model. In this particular case, depending on your model, if you lose one of the app servers, your load balancer may not know that, right? Still going to send traffic down that web server, and those customers are going to start getting timed out. They're not going to get serviced, right? But at any point, there's several single points of failure from the physical data center, the perimeter, and so forth that can be challenged. As you start moving to AWS, you select the region that you want to operate in. When you select an AWS region, your data stays in that region. We do not move, copy, or back up your data into any other region for any reason, okay? So if you have any type of national or any type of data residency requirements, you can meet that within AWS. Now, I will say there's one caveat to that, and that's our artificial intelligence and machine learning services, okay? We do have, in our service terms, a statement about us having the ability to use that to improve our models. However, you can opt out of that, all right? So I want to let you know that there's that one grouping that does say that, but you can opt out, okay? So you can rest assured that your data stays in the regions that you choose, okay? You're going to select, you're going to create a VPC, a virtual private cloud. This is the security boundary around your application. So before an on-prem, you have a security boundary around your entire network. Everything stays within that, right? Now you're going to have a security boundary around each application. You're going to select at least 2 availability zones. I highly recommend selecting at least three. So anybody who's done risk management, risk calculations, you know the power of n+1, you're going to know why you want at least 3. Okay, so from there, you're going to create your subnets. But this is where things start to change a little bit more too, is instead of having these physical load balancing appliances, you now have an elastic load balancing service, okay? We have load balancers that operate at the network level or at the application level, so depending on where you want to operate an ISO model, okay? Also, because they're not these expensive physical appliances you buy once, you can afford to put them at various tiers. And actually, I should have had one there at the bottom tier. I think that graphic went away on me. So now, as you have the servers, if you have this app server over here fail, the load balancer here will automatically detect that and send all the traffic over. All right, so now you have resiliency built in, high availability built into your application. Okay, if any of the servers fail, it'll move over. As we add the auto-scaling group, the auto-scaling group does two things. So the first concept is the ability to scale out when you need to and scale back in when you don't need the resources. Okay. So for example, pretend that you are a university. You have a course registration application that 3 times a year, thousands of students hit to register for courses for the next semester. Most of the year, they're sitting pretty idle. The college admin staff will update the professors, the terms, dates, so forth, right? But you have to buy these very large, expensive servers on the left, okay, that sit there most of the year. You're wasting money, you're wasting capacity. And then you're going to have to replace them every 3 to 5 years, right? On the right, you will go from these very large servers to very small servers, one in each availability zone, just enough to keep the lights on, okay? Just enough for the admin staff to do their normal work. As soon as course registration season opens, whether you set a particular day and time or you have a threshold when maybe it's a CPU usage and RAM usage, when the auto-scaling group and the load balancers notice you hit a particular threshold, it automatically starts scaling out servers to handle the load. You can designate a minimum and a maximum number of servers, okay? Course registration ends, the servers go back down. So this is where you start saving money, apologize for that, within AWS, right? Before, if you wanted high availability, you are going to spend an absolute fortune on multiple data centers, lots of duplicate hardware, especially the networking and routing between them, and so forth, right? The other thing this does is, when you go back to this model here, this provides for a self-healing architecture, all right? That's very important. So if you've ever been a sysadmin, if you know sysadmins treat their servers like pets. We feed them, we pet them, we give them names. If a server dies, we cry. It's a bad day, right? Because we know it could take hours or days to get that thing back in operational, okay? In this model here, if one of these servers was to crash, not only does a load balancer shift everything over, but you've gone below your minimum threshold of 2 servers. As soon as that failed health is detected, it automatically spins up a new server, comes online, checks in healthy, load balancer redistributes back. You've replaced that server within a couple of minutes, right? So depending on if you're using Linux or Windows and what you put on top of them, the times can vary a little bit. But within a few minutes, that server is back and operational. No impact to customers. The sysadmin, other than getting the little notice, is like, oh, that's nice, great, go on with my day, right? Doesn't matter anymore. Right? So this does take some re-architecting of your applications. We can't have those very monolithic applications with all your data on that server, right? We want to start decoupling our applications and our services, right? That's very important here, okay? And then our data centers also within the region, they're close enough and they have the bandwidth to support synchronous data replication. Okay, so this is very important for that high availability, to have synchronous data replication within your application. So if a database server was to fail, it's okay because you still have all the data in the other database, okay, in that region. Now obviously because of geographical distances, anything outside the region or region-to-region replication can only be asynchronous, okay? And so while you can achieve, in many organizations, you can achieve your resiliency requirements within a region. For those who still need more, you can have your disaster recovery strategy to use a second region. Or if you're more of a global, to actually have multi-region infrastructure. All right. So last point on this is this allows you to shift from a reactive disaster recovery risk model to a proactive resiliency risk model, right? Not that you're going to get risk down to zero. That's never the case, but you're able to mitigate the vast majority up front instead of just having a plan in place in the end, right? So this also goes to like what Brian was talking about today, that reactive. You know, we were talking about how everybody spends all their money on the protective measures and not so much on the reactive measures. This right here is where you have that built-in reactive security controls in place. All right, so moving along to defense in depth. So this has been a term for decades, right? As long as I've been in the military, we had this term. And I think there's some old either late 80s or early 90s publications that talk about this. Unfortunately, this is the reality, right? We focus all of our protections at the perimeter, layer upon layer upon layer at the perimeter. And then we put an endpoint protection, right? Everything inside is soft and gooey. In most of the data centers I've been in, either that I owned, that I hate to say, or other colleagues of mine, everything within data center can talk to everything, right? Sure, we have some network segmentation, but that's usually for network traffic flow and management, not so much for security. That's a side benefit, right? But we have applications and servers in a data center that should never talk to each other, but they can. This is why phishing emails are so successful, because it's an open trust model. Once you're in, right? And once you're in, you can float around. You can get to where you need to go to, okay? So what we need to do, the defense in depth kind of term is starting to go away. Like a lot of things in security, there's these great concepts that just never get implemented properly, and so they become, they have a bad reputation. Perfectly valid concept, we just never implemented it, right? So as we shift from the term defense in depth to zero trust model, this is where it starts looking like in AWS. I'm gonna go a little fast here. The perimeter is still kind of similar, right? We still have your security boundary, you still have your subnets, you have your access control lists that provide kind of a stateless type firewall capability within your subnets. So real quick, this particular diagram right here, this application that you have, at this point in time, nobody can get to it. It is not open to the public internet, all right? So unless you log into the console, the AWS console, to manage those assets, nobody can actually use this application, okay? In order to do so, you can add private fiber between your VPC and your data center. So if this is, say, an internal application for your company, it's not something that's ever going to be made on the public internet. You have that private fiber between us and you, so then you can access it. You can add a VPN gateway, so you can VPN from anywhere with the right credentials. If you do need it to be added to the public internet, you add an internet gateway. At this point in time, if everything's configured properly, the web servers can get to the internet, right? Or the internet can get to the web servers, right? Very similar to an on-prem, right? You have, through your firewall, you have a means to get out, right? On port 80 and so forth. By default, everybody gets DDoS protection for free, okay? So right now you're paying somebody for DDoS protection in an on-prem environment. Now you get it for free. Now this is for Shield Basic. We have Shield Advanced that you can pay for. You get a timed SLA response from humans and some cost protections and so forth. We have our own web application firewall, but we also have the largest ecosystem of security partners. So whatever you're using today, you most likely can use inside of AWS. So you can still have that single pane of glass, and you can see what's on-prem and what's in AWS, and you still manage them the same way. And then, of course, Guard Duty, which I'm going to talk about more later, again, but it's our intelligent threat detection service. So right now, the perimeter is still fairly similar. What starts changing is, by default, your applications no longer can communicate, okay? If for some reason one application within your organization is compromised, they can't spread to the others by default, okay? Now you can add in the ability for them to communicate if those applications need to. So you have, if they want to talk at the application layer, you can add in the internet gateway and have a VPN connection. We have Private Link, which is a private secure communications really for those microservices, those decoupled applications. And then we have VPC peering that can bridge them over the network. We have a newer service that I don't have up here called Transit Gateway. This is really beneficial in the security area. So you can have all your VPCs for all your different applications that you have in AWS, all the traffic go through a central transit gateway. So if you have a particular security stack, you don't have to necessarily implement the same security stack in every single VPC. You can implement it in one, and all the traffic from all the other applications go through the transit gateway, and then out through the one security VPC. Then we start getting to a little bit more down the stack. So we have what we call the security groups. A security group is a stateful firewall capability at the instance level. So this is kind of a host-based firewall, okay? But it's not an agent. It doesn't sit on the host. Your server doesn't have to be up and operational, right? So what's one of the challenges with a host-based firewall? You know, there's still a moment in time when it's booting up and everything's coming online when the firewall's not up and operational, right? This sits outside of that, okay? So now you have the stateful firewall capability between the tiers. Before, if you wanted, it was very difficult to implement a firewall capability within an application, right? We already talked about how even different applications are open. So now you have that firewall capability, stateful and stateless, between the tiers of the same application. By default, servers within the same security group cannot talk to each other, right? One web server should never talk to another web server. Should be talking only to the app server down the database, and back up the line, right? If any server is talking to any other server outside of that, it's been compromised and they're trying to lat move. They're going to go straight after the data if they hit the web server, or they're going to try to maybe find out what else they can talk to. So by default, you don't have communications between applications, you don't have communications between tiers of the application, and you don't have communications between servers of the same application. We go back to that privacy by design, security by default. This is it. Now you start having where nothing's open unless you explicitly open it, okay? You can still add whatever third-party endpoint protection you want onto your servers. We have Amazon Inspector, which is our vulnerability scanning tool, but you can still use whatever you choose, Nessus, Nexpose, whatever it may be. The advantage of Amazon Inspector is it also has a feature for network availability. In an on-prem environment, now we'll say our firewall engineers today, they're amazing. Anybody in here a firewall engineer, right? They know their stuff, right? But what happens if a firewall engineer accidentally made a mistake when they were typing something in, and they opened up a sensitive database server to the public internet? How would you know? When Brian Krebs calls you, that's when you know, right? Amazon Inspector has a feature called network availability that it will look at your environment and mathematically determine what is available to the public internet and what is not, right? So you don't need to sit there and go through all your firewall settings and look at all the IP addresses. This will tell you right off the bat what's open to the public internet, what's not, okay? We have a systems manager. So it keeps track of the inventory of all your servers. It can push patches, tells you everything. Going back to cyber hygiene, boring basics, patching. When I was in DC, I had to help lead the response for the ransomware attack on the police department's CCTVs that were around the city 2 weeks before the presidential inauguration. That was not a fun weekend. Patching, all the super exciting security stuff, if you're not patching, if you're not managing your patching, I'm sorry, AI/ML is not going to help you too much, right? So focus on patching. Oh, and not dropping your tools. So from there, I already talked about the logging capability that we have, CloudTrail, and then there's that guard duty again. So now I'm going to start talking about guard duty. Okay, so automation. So all the detection capabilities in the world are not going to protect you, right? It is absolutely fantastic to have the ability to detect user behavior anomalies, right? When somebody is accessing something they shouldn't be. It's absolutely amazing to be able to tell, okay, I'm getting attacked by this known cyber criminal or this thing here. If nobody's watching, if nobody's doing anything to act, it's useless. And the reality is, what was brought up earlier, with the shortage of talent and training, even if you do have good people, you don't have enough. They're not fast enough. So the thing here is to automate. Remove humans from the data. So in AWS, our CISO put out a requirement to remove humans from data, from being able to make mistakes by 80% year over year. Right? Now that stuff is not 80, it's not 10% one time, or even 80% one time, 80% year over year. And we're able to do that through automation. We're able to manage our global infrastructure primarily through automation. As soon as something happens within our infrastructure, something that shouldn't have happened, we identify exactly what it was, and then we implement automation to prevent it from happening again, okay? So when we start talking about, actually let me start with GuardDuty. So this is GuardDuty. It's our intelligent threat detection service. It brings in threat intel from Proofpoint, Crowdstrike, as well as threat intel that we developed from managing our global infrastructure. That threat intel adds context to the activity that GuardDuty sees within our environment, or within your environment. So everything in white are the signature-based or stateless findings or threats that it can detect, and everything in blue are the behavioral or stateful threats that it can detect, okay? So everything from command and control activity to Bitcoin mining and so forth. As we start, oh, actually, one thing I want to bring up. So one of the things that I like to highlight here is when you stand up a web server, as soon as you stand up a web server online, it's being scanned by everybody, right? Google's scanning to add to the search engine. Script kiddies are scanning it. It was brought up earlier, you might even have a nation state scanning it, okay? How do you know what scans are more malicious, what actors are more threatening to your organization? So that threat intel provides that context to you. So GuardDuty will tell you, okay, you're getting a particular port probe scan and a brute force attack. It's coming from this IP address. This IP address is a known cyber criminal, or it might be associated with a known APT actor. It's coming from this country. It's coming from this ISP, right? So now you have some context to say, okay, I'm a little bit more worried about that one than I am the one that's coming from Google, okay? So as we start looking at that, though, we start looking at the ability to automate. So GuardDuty will have that detection. It will create the event in CloudWatch. CloudWatch can trigger an AWS Lambda function. So Lambda is our serverless function service. So think of it as just little snippets of code waiting to take action based off of an event, okay? So in this particular model, I have a malicious scan coming from a known cyber criminal, coming from a known country I'm worried about. I'm gonna have a Lambda script that takes the IP address of that attacker, and I'm gonna automatically add it to my web application firewall filtering rule, right? So within a couple of seconds to a couple of minutes, I've completely blocked the scan. They can't continue to scan. If they found an exploit, a vulnerability, they can't exploit it, okay? Not only that, but I didn't just stop it from that one server, I stopped it for every server behind the WAF, okay? Now if you need to add a human in here to make a judgment call, you can add a human stop gate, okay? So you can have all the research built up and automated, your SOC analyst presented with a list of choices, add it to the WAF, add it to the next generation firewall, ignore it, put it on a watch list, but you can have a human ready to make a judgment call, okay? You can also do more than just one thing. So you can do several things all at once. Two things that I highly recommend is don't just automate the mitigation, automate the notification to the right people, and also automate the update of your documentation. Security operations, we see a challenge where either A, security operators don't have the ability to actually make changes on the network. They have to reach out to somebody else and say, hey, I see this going on. Can you block this port? Can you do this? Right, which takes time, right? When we do see security operators have the ability to make changes, oftentimes those changes are not reflected in the configuration change management database, right? So then you start losing your source of truth. So automate the mitigation, automate the notification, and automate the documentation of your infrastructure. So we have a lot of different security services. I'm not going to go into all of these. I talked about some of them already. I will say we have a saying in AWS that you can move fast and stay secure. And that's true, but I will caveat that it's only true if you spend some time in the beginning to get your governance model down. Right? Focus on what's your governance strategy, put in the guardrails. So when Brian Krebs was talking about cloud security is hard, it's hard for two reasons, or a couple of reasons. One is there's a lot of things new about it, right? It's not just a couple of small changes from a platform you're used to an updated platform. It's an entire change of your infrastructure and everything in it, okay? That makes it hard. It's hard because a lot of times organizations want to move, they're in a rush to move to save money, and they don't apply the same governance strategy or a programmatic model to it, all right? So it's still part of your IT portfolio, right? You should still be approaching cloud in a programmatic way. You should still be looking at your governance strategy, but you got to build the guardrails. What's different is you don't have to go to that yes, no checklist. You don't have to lock things down. Nothing in IT should be locked down. Locked down means it's not usable, right? We are here to support the business. We should have guardrails in place to keep whoever wants to go as fast as they want to go, the ability to do so, but safely. Lastly, if you are considering moving to the cloud, I know it can be a challenge. Actually, I think pretty much everybody here is in the security role, but for those who are not in a security role, make sure the security team is brought in from the very beginning. I don't care if you're just putting your public-facing, non-sensitive website up into AWS or the cloud. Make sure security is there from the beginning, that they understand what's going on. They have time to learn about AWS. They have time to learn how to monitor what's in AWS and respond to it. So by the time you get to mission-critical applications, the security team is ready. Because if you don't, the security team is going to be a blocker as soon as you get to that level. I always thought this was pretty a powerful quote, right? Everybody knows NASA. We're talking literal rocket scientists, and they have lots of money. And they felt we could do security better than what they could do on-prem. And so in my own personal journey, I found out that the cloud was not just as secure, but it can be more secure, and I can have greater confidence in my compliance. What that translated for me was going from fearful of the cloud, completely trying to block projects that are moving to the cloud, to where security took an active leadership role in the development of the city's cloud adoption strategy, right? So I think that was very powerful. When you have security coming aboard and driving something like that, it's very important. And so with that, come visit us at our booth. We're upstairs. You can register to win an Alexa. My graphic is not popping up. There we go. Drop off your card, Alexa. I think I'm going to be out of time for questions, but if you want to go up to the booth, I'll be happy to take any questions up there. Thank you so much. If you want the slides, come up either now or later, and I'll give you my business card. I'll be happy to send them to you.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
provider in Australia. We provide palliative care and hospital and home care, which is interesting. We have 4,500, I call them road warriors, but they're healthcare professionals, nurse clinicians, nurse practitioners, and other allied healthcare workers out on the road. So, and I think it's fair to say that a CISO never sleeps as a result. So, without lingering, I'd like my panel just to introduce themselves to you. There are 3 incredible women from BC that I have been having the great pleasure of chatting with and talking about things that we all hold dear. Golnash, to you first.
My name is Golnaz. I'm an InfoSec officer in a financial firm in Vancouver. I started my career as an ethical hacker, and I did my years of consulting in a Big 4 company with this great lady here. You know, I have a background in computer science, got a PhD in computer science from U of T, and you know, I ended up being in cyber because I was probably good at computer science. And before having kids, I had lots of hobbies, but now my hobby is just playing with Legos and chasing garbage trucks.
Hi everybody, I'm Erika Pretorius. I'm a partner at Deloitte in the risk advisory team. I'm not the same person that's in your book, but happy to step in where we can. And I am also the Deloitte technology, media and telecommunications industry leader. So I spend a lot of time with companies in that sector, understanding the challenges that they have with security, compliance, privacy, and so forth. I've been in the industry a long time. I'm not going to say how long. I've got, and most of the time with Deloitte here in Canada, which has been phenomenal because we get to see everything that's going on and be at the forefront and work with very talented individuals like Golnaz, as well as a few people in the audience. And then I've also, on the home front, I have married with 2 kids, and they're very active, also keeps me busy, not a lot of time for hobbies.
Hi there, my name is Mandi Panu. I have done my bachelor, master, and computer science and PhD from UK, Coventry University. I moved here in 2013. My husband is still questioning why you moved here, but I'm very happy here. I'm able to find a good job. Currently, I'm working at UFE as assistant professor in computer science. I think if you heard in the morning presentation, computer science, cybersecurity, all the concern and everything. But for UFE, I'm taking care of their second and third and fourth year cybersecurity courses. I also work at KPU. We do some good research, and we are also kind of doing a good number of cybersecurity courses as well. Thank you very much. Cheers.
My esteemed colleagues, absolutely. One of the things that we've discovered in the ISACA Tech Workforce 2020 survey is that there is actually a gender perception gap. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, you ask the same question of a man and you ask the same question of a woman in relation to the tech workforce, you are likely to get 2 different answers. So I found that really interesting, so I encourage you to go look at that survey because some of the questions that I asked today are as a result of the work that we did with that survey. The other thing that I guess I'm just going to throw out there, that I threw out in a session this morning, is that none of us on the stage are prepared for what Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, has said in his International Women's Day speech last year, that it is possible that his granddaughters' will be the ones that will have gender equity across the board in the workplace and economically and in education across the world. Now, if you've done the math, that's 200 years just about. And I don't think any of us are prepared to wait for that. So I'll just throw that out there. So it is a real thing. We're going to ask you all, this is a question for everybody. Not everybody's going to answer every question. I'm going to ask you, what are some of the personal experiences or indeed compelling arguments that have influenced your thinking around gender and diversity in the workplace? I think, Golnaz, do we want to go first? Yeah, go on.
Start, sure. Being in cybersecurity, I have been to a lot of meeting rooms that I have been the only female participating in a technical conversation. And in my early years of career, that made me feel the imposter syndrome that do I belong here? Now I know I belong there. But then I have observed throughout my career that women, to belong, they either try to act like men, or they try to do it by themselves and alone to show a strength. But the business has changed. It's a team sport, and we want all backgrounds and all genders, they participate. There are study after study that are showing that women are really good in leadership because they're more passionate, they show more empathy, they are more engaged with their staff, and so they make really good leaders, especially in environments that they value this kind of demeanor. So my personal experience has been that I have seen some very successful female leaders that are true to who they are. They don't need to act like men, and that's what I aspire to be, and embrace who I am. And the only way for women to shorten that 200 years is to basically get into technical fields, get into high positions of powers, and break the barriers for the rest of women to get in.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I think when I had a couple kind of key turning points. One of it was when I read the book Lean In from Sheryl Sandberg. It's probably 10 years ago now. It's quite a while ago. But I think up to that point, I had my own experience in leadership, in IT and cyber as well. But I didn't feel like those were necessarily shared experiences. I thought, oh, I'm the one that feels like the imposter. Nobody else is feeling like that. And when I read the book, I realized how much of it was common across all women. And we were really hamstrung ourselves. Like, we were not putting our hands up for promotions when we actually deserved it. And if you don't ask, you don't get, where the other colleagues were doing things like that. So I really started looking at myself like, how can I empower my own success? And then as I've had kind of in my career more women reporting to, or diverse workforce reporting to me, many different cultures, both genders, I did realize that there's definitely specific differences between how women and men would approach salary negotiations, asking for promotions, taking on new exciting engagements, or something that's maybe out there, or even making mistakes. There was so many different ways that women were just not putting themselves forward, even if they deserve it. I remember I had one example where one of my senior consultants at the time, that it was a few years back when there was a bit of a dip in the economy, and she was like, oh, I just don't want to be let go. And I'm like, I would let myself go before I let you go. Like, you are the best employee I've ever had. And it was just those type of things made me realize that we have to have a bigger conversation. It has to be more out there, because if we just internalize it, we're not going to we're almost our own worst enemy.
You know, it's interesting. I had a transgender woman working with me on a project, and she talked about the differences that she had experienced in technology as a man and as a woman. And she said the interesting thing was when she made that move across, and she changed jobs at the time, she made her full gender change. And she said for the first time she was treated as though she had 50% less brain, less capability as Karen than as when she was Kevin. So I thought that was a really scary thought. So, and she had been fighting the gender fight ever since. So I say, hail to Karen. So thank you, Mandeep.
I can share my own example. When I was doing my bachelor, we have 200 students and only 8 of them are women. In master, we have 175, I think 6 or 7. And when I was doing PhD, that was kind of, you're working differently. So I can see definitely one thing for sure when we talk about the diversity, inclusiveness, I think we should encourage women as early as possible from schools, because this is very, very important. Because most of women or girls thinks that the technical field is not for them. Might be that was one of me as well, because we are more thinking about we are more comfortable in arts and music, but not anymore. I'm talking about 2006 and 7 and 8. Now more and more women we can see in the higher role, as long as in the cybersecurity as well. I think that is very, very important. But for example, computer science, we are always like to encourage more and more women, but I think early age is very, very important. Sometimes they are already established, they are kind of too scared to change their field and everything. I think that's kind of important as well. Thank you.
I mean, the other issue there too is, as we spoke about last night, Mandeep, is the fact that I was speaking to a lovely young woman in Ireland who just finished her first year in Comp Sci at the University of Dublin. And when talking to her, she said that she was fine. She was in a tutorial group of 40 students and she was the only one of 2 females. She came from a family of 5 boys in herself, so she was cool. But her colleague, another young woman, said that she felt that she was overwhelmed by, the hoodies and perhaps young men who hadn't washed often enough and were sort of a bit geeky and a bit testosterone driven. And so she actually dropped out before the middle of the second semester as a result. So it really is about women encouraging young women to go into those fields, I think. So what's motivated all of you in your own ways have become involved in advocating for change? This is what we're really talking about this afternoon. So I guess what was the motivator for you? Mandeep,
I can start this question from. For example, I'm working as a professor, so I'm dealing with a really diverse population, like not only in terms of gender, but in terms of religion and all sort of international national students as well. I can give you one example. I think 2016, one of my students, she was almost around 38-year-old. She was finishing her diploma, and she asked me, Mandeep, I'm about to going to be 40 in 2 years. So what do you think? Can I pursue my bachelor, or can I finish? I said I don't feel like studying anymore because I'm already 40 and I also have a job as well. So I asked her, I said, anyway, you're turning 40, the choice is yours. You want to turn with the degree or without the degree, the choice is yours, right? So I'm because sometimes people need a little bit encouragement, because sometimes the background where they come from, because they are very satisfied and they think that technical role and those roles are not for them. That's the possibility. So anyway, as example, she have completed her bachelor and now she's working in a cybersecurity in Vancouver, the big company, and I'm really happy for her. The other thing is, in terms of, I mentioned earlier, the technical skills, because we think that these, cybersecurity, computer science field are not for us. I think this is very, very important to influence young women, or how they can enter in the career, encouragement and early education, and sometime in the leadership role. I've seen I'm working with ISACA as well as IEEE as well, because sometimes we can provide women the opportunity to participate where they don't have anything to lose, because sometimes they're afraid of. I think that's also a great opportunity if they're working in the leadership role as a volunteer, or that can give us a lot of experience and encouragement. All those kind of things are quite helpful for them as well. Yeah, you want to add on something?
Who's next?
I think where I really became more involved is when I saw the value of diversity, and gender diversity is one aspect which we're focusing on today, but I think in general the diversity and the value that brings to teams. At Deloitte, we have at our manager level, everybody goes through what we call business chemistry training, and it's really a global training that our team go through to understand different personality types and how people show up at work. And when we went through that training, it really emphasized that the value that each different personality type brings to a team. And one of the examples that there was there is you've got people that are drivers that are really just let's get to the end and as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible. You have people with bright ideas, maybe not as driven, but tons of ideas. You have people that are very risk averse, and then you have people that are really integrating. They're integrating people, the relationships, making sure everybody's on the same page before we move forward. And when we went through those training, you realize that there are kind of a disproportionate of people that might be on the driver's side or might be on the guardian side from a risk management point of view. But our type of business, you don't have a lot of people that are that are naturally on the integrator side, that are like, let's have a conversation about this, let's understand, make sure everybody's on the same page. And when we bring more diverse personalities, which often then include more women into the workforce, that is one area where we can really round out teams. So you actually get to a much better solution at the end. You may not get there as fast as the drivers want, but you actually bring everybody along with you when you get to a point where the team functions more better, clients are happier, and everybody actually gets to a much better place.
Excellent, thank you for that. I liked your idea around diversity. You know, we do have to look at diversity in all its forms. You know, we need to be inclusive. And I think that's a really important point, that diversity gives us diversity of thought. And the only way you get diversity of thought is being an inclusive leader, looking to include people in the discussion. So thank you for that, ladies. So I'll go on to our next question, which is, let's talk about some of the practicalities about being an advocate. So in what ways have you advocated for change? And if you can, tell us about both successes and perhaps challenges that you've faced.
Maybe
Yeah.
I'll jump in on that one, because I think I've got a really good, very recent example. This past year, I kicked off a special project within our risk advisory campus recruiting team. We were looking at the types of candidates, our postings, what we put out nationally. There was a little differences kind of in each region. We were looking at what type of skills we're asking for, and then we were comparing that to our business. As you kind of would do on an annual basis, on a normal annual basis, but I basically had a team, and we pulled everything together from a national point of view and said, let's look at all of this, let's compare what we can have. And we found Vancouver, I think because we're a little smaller market, but we're also very entrepreneurial, we actually had much more diverse candidates come through. We had better gender balance than the rest of the country, and we looked at why we had that. And one of the things was looking at our postings and the type of education that we were asking for, and we actually had quite a few options for people. We didn't just hire CPA students. We were looking for MIS students. We were looking for computer science students, and we were our postings had language in them which was open to other BCom specializations as well. We then also looked at how our hire, once we got the resumes in, what's our process and so forth. Based on all of this, we then revamped our postings to be a lot more open. So we changed the language to not ask for specific skills, because I'm sure a lot of people have seen some of the stats of, women would look if there's 10 requirements in a job description, she would look that she meets at least 8 before she applies. Men might look and say, I have 4 of those, I'm going to apply. So we took some of the technical jargon out of the description. We made the postings, the educational requirements a lot more open. And then we also looked at adding personas. So now that we weren't having people apply to, I am the MIS student, I'm going to apply to this, or I'm the CPA student, I'm going to apply to this. We created personas that actually explained what you would do on a day-to-day basis. So one of it was the interpreter. If you are interested in technology and business and you want to be that link between those two, click this persona. If you are more on the technical side and you love details and getting into the nitty-gritty of things, here's the guardian, click this one. So we actually had phenomenal success. We went from, our Toronto office was the first one that used this new system. They went from getting 400 resumes to getting 1,000 resumes, which caused a bit of other problems because our processes wasn't quite built for dealing with screening 1,000 resumes. But I think the other piece we did as well is looked at the bias that there might be in the interview process. So what we did is we included a standard list of questions. Anybody that made it to an in-person interview had to be asked these 10 questions, and you can ask a follow-up question, but you have to cover those 10. We also included a case study, so you could evaluate more broader thinking, not just how the person shows up in the interview. And we added a little video interview, so you've asked just to get through the 1,000 down to a more manageable point where people had to answer 3 questions via video. So through like a multi-pronged approach, we try to get as much more a diverse group in, but also filter them and screen them in a way that was not, that took out that individual bias.
That's an interesting point, and I think Mandeep, were you going to speak about this one too? No, you're good with that one? All right. Golnas, you're all right with that too? All right, excellent. Just want to give you an opportunity, ladies. I think the other interesting point about taking bias out of recruitment is that it's not just gender bias that we're talking about here, we're talking about bias. And one of the things that I've done is to ask HR, and I'm not popular with HR as a result, to have the first round completely blind. So no gender, no nationality, no names of universities, just the degrees that people have done. So it's quite a bit of work for them to do that, to boil it down to the point where, there's no photographs, so it's candidate 1, or it's, whatever. And so you go through it, and you actually go through it in a different process because you have no idea who this person might be, whether it's a young woman or a young man. And it really is, then you're really looking at non-biased and merit-based selection. Of course, when you get to the next round, which is generally a face-to-face interview, then you are going to obviously know that candidate 1 was a young woman and candidate 2 was a young man. Or candidate 5 was from Iran and candidate 6 was from Australia. So, but it takes that first round bias out because we all have biases, whether we like it or not. So, as I say, I'm not popular with HR for asking for that, but to me it has made a difference in the way we recruit. So, given the changing environment that we're working in, how do you think that the use of disruptive technologies will affect women in the workforce? I'm going to ask you this one, Golnas.
I think the disruptive technology that are coming, or some already here, like cloud, IoT, automation, AI, blockchain, genome editing, they will change our lives for better. They also shift the workforce. They will replace a lot of low-value, low-paying jobs with automation. And unfortunately, study after study shows that those are mostly jobs occupied by women. So that means we're gonna even force more women into more less value jobs. And then these kind of disruptive technologies, they come with a demand of many STEM-related careers, a lot of job openings. I think a lot of stats show in 2-3 years, there are gonna be at least 3 million cyber jobs only open in the world that can't be filled. And all of these disruptive technologies come with high demands of security, privacy, and ethics. And who's gonna fill them? So there is an opportunity here that women step up and we facilitate their entry into STEM and technology fields, or they're gonna miss another wave, and these jobs are gonna be, and these are high-paying jobs, very interesting, and they're gonna be filled with men. So we have very short time, I think, to fill the talent gap. And companies go to various lengths to hire and steal from each other or go to remote offices. However, the solution is closer to home. It's here. And it's to train, engage, bring more women into technology, I think, ASAP. Also, I think it's our jobs as women and everyone's to go back to core to culture and education and start from homes, because these are the little girls that we are not giving them the opportunities from day one to become confident enough to enter high-tech workforce. I always argue why we have tiara and princess stuff and tea party is toys for girls and we give the Legos and then the blocks to boys. They all should be gone. There should be just a kid section in toy shop. So yeah, I hope that the new wave of this disruptive technology come and we get on board with it instead of being forced out.
You know, I personally like a good tiara, but I have to say I'd equally be happy with some Lego. There's an interesting point in that too, Golnaz, and that's that the Peterson Institute tells us that there's currently $13 trillion US, yes, I'll repeat that, $13 trillion being left on the table by corporations who are not looking at gender equity in the tech workforce in particular. That's a big number. So you're right, we have a limited period of time to actually get something happening for the next generation. Sorry, Erika, over to you.
No, absolutely. I'll add on to what Golnaz is saying. I think if I look at the specific disruptive technologies like AI and machine learning, I think, and some of our speakers echoed it this morning, those tools are going to free up some of the deep technical skills that are already kind of in the workforce, or there's not enough of in the workforce, to more other jobs that are more requiring collaboration and between the security team, the IT team, the business. I think one of the examples this morning was when you're dealing with a breach, there's a technical component to it, but there's a big component which is actually you need to get a lot of people in a high-stress environment onto the same page. And I think as we're looking to bring more women into the workforce, it's not that you're going to get away from the technical requirement, but I think some of the softer skills are going to be as high, if not a higher value team member than maybe historically we had the programmers and the individuals that were very set on their deep technical skills and maybe didn't want to collaborate that much. They were the gods in the IT and security realm, and I think we'll see a shift in that, which would be very, very beneficial for women. I think the second piece to that, there's the one piece of bringing women in, there's also keeping women in the tech workforce. And I think if you are valuing the collaboration aspect and some of the softer skills of the jobs more, some of the individuals that might be creating toxic cultures in IT and security teams, their skills may not outweigh that toxicity that they bring anymore. So you may actually end up with a better culture, which will help hopefully women stay in tech and security and IT longer.
Yeah, that's a good point about retention as well, and we'll talk a bit more about that. Mandeep.
I can add a little bit. For example, like when I'm teaching with my student, even like when we talk about technology changing, not only for women, for men, everybody, we have to cope it up, right? Because I have to change my lecture notes, my labs, my tutorial every single semester. So that's kind of like we have to. Even I think we are working with IoT, blockchain, and dark web and the others. I think the research students are working with me, 5 of them are women, and they're doing wonderful. Dark web and the other projects. So it's kind of as long as we encourage them, train them early age, and build that confidence, I think that's going to be quite helpful for everybody. Yeah. Thanks, yeah.
Great. So to that, just to sort of adding on to that a bit, how do we encourage women to aspire to leadership roles? Right, we've gotten them into the workforce, we've done all of that encouragement. We've got male allies out there assisting us. They're our champions where we need them to be and working in collaboration with them. But now how do we encourage women to stand up for leadership roles?
I can start that question. To be honest, it's kind of confidence, the lack of confidence sometimes have it, and encouragement in workplaces. And sometimes we think that some certain roles are only for men. That is very common. I have seen it. I can give you one small example, like especially technical or like the role. When I came here in Canada 2013, and I was teaching my 4th year course, and I asked students, okay, we are going to build up the server, and we are going to do I will provide you how to connect with VPN and everything. The other thing I'm talking about, because we have now diverse culture and they're coming from all over the world and everything, sometimes they don't see women as a leader, as kind of like giving them instruction and everything. And I asked them to install something, and they know how to install simple VirtualBox and Kali. And the other, they asked me, can you show us how to do it? I said, like, this is just downloading the software. It's not difficult. No, can you show us how to do it? I just, like, we spent extra session. I just did go through with them and everything. Then I just, how to connect VPN and everything. And then they said, oh, you know how to do the stuff. I said, like, I have the same bachelor and, like, the master and PhD. How come I don't know? So sometimes it's the culture, but I think encouragement, like a bit encouragement, encouraging them, like building the confidence. And in terms of sometimes culturally, some culture, like the women's are only for, I think, more for like the roles which are more soft and like different type of roles. The technical and the other, we don't see the women doing it. Like, I'm not talking about only in Canada, because now Canada is a diverse, right? We have all sort of people we are sharing the land with, right? So we have to be, so that's why when we're encouraging women to the leadership role, I think early age is very important, building the confidence and encouragement. And kind of, if they're doing something good, just celebrating together as a team. And sometimes even as a women, we just forget to celebrate our peers as well. So that's kind of very, very important. I think ISACA, we have a chapter, and in IEEE, we have women chapter as well. So we celebrate, I think, when we are doing good, and we're also encouraging young girls and women. So I think that's very, very important for all of us. Yeah, thank you. You want to add on?
I think the one thing that I certainly see make a big difference is your own home life. Like, and Gulnaz and I had a great conversation just before that, is if your significant other is supporting you in your leadership development, then that makes a huge difference. If you are expected to be the primary caregiver for your children, if you're expected to be the primary caregiver for aging parents or any other kind of family commitment you have, it is very hard to then as an individual to say, oh, okay, I want to give 100% to everybody at home that needs me. Now I'm also going to commit to something bigger at the office and do that. Like, nobody wants to disappoint the people they respect at work and the people that love them at home. So how do you make that balance? And I think if you, I've been on similar panels like this before, and one was for high school students, and I said basically, I think if you want to excel in your career, one of the most important decisions you need to make is, who is your life partner? Will they support you in this, and will they see the kind of and support your dreams? And if you don't have that, I think it becomes a lot tougher, because it's still as a default, I would say, falls to women to take care of everything, of things at home, unless it's a very concerted effort that's being made. So that's a big piece, I think, that stands in the way. And then the other piece is just being kind of upfront at work with, are there other commitments and how much can you take on? And sometimes what is sad for me sometimes, if women don't even have the conversation, just opt out. They're like, oh, I don't think I can manage it. As opposed to, no, you're already hitting everything out of the park. If you dial back 20%, you're still probably fantastic at it. So don't opt out, don't opt yourself out. Have that conversation before you make a big decision.
I think you're right. One of the issues that I see is that women will also conversely just keep taking on because they think they have to. They think that's what a leader must do, or someone who's aspiring to leadership. Well, being in the office until 10 o'clock every night actually doesn't necessarily make a difference. It's the output that's the important thing. I really like your point about who is your life partner. I mean, I couldn't have done the things that I've done without a very supportive husband who is a professional musician and decided to go off the road after 25 years as a working, touring musician to support me. So he now works locally. He does a lot of amazing stuff remotely through the use of technology. But without that support, and he literally has probably become more of a feminist than I am. I know you find that hard to believe. But he is a creative type, just remember that. But seriously, I couldn't do it without. So, and I'm sure you're in a similar situation. Would you like to add something to that, Gulnaz, or not? You don't have to. You're good? You're good, all right, okay. Moving on. So, Erika mentioned earlier that about retaining women, and that's a thing that really concerns me, is that we get women to a point where they put their hand up, they're leaders, and they're about to do the thing that I believe is the most important thing that a woman ever does, to give birth to and raise the next generation. How do we keep women beyond that point? Yeah, not now. Sorry, baby, I think she's 8 months.
So, yes, second baby, 5 weeks. Last time I went on maternity leave, I took about 10 months. And in Canada, the norm is 12 months, and thanks to the Liberal government, is now 18 months, so you can enjoy that. So 12 to 18 months in some industries and in some companies is not a lot of change. In the industry I am and in the company I am, if I come back 18 months and I'm completely off the grid, they probably find a new InfoSec because I'm completely out of my depth and I'm not on top of my game anymore. 2 of my actually co-workers are here. They're going to be much better than me in 18 months. So especially in cyber field. So that's why, I choose not to go for 18 months. And this time around, my husband is actually switching with me to actually, because he's respecting my career. He thinks there's a lot of value in me growing my career. So I'm going back in 9 months. And I still think that's a long time to be away in a technical field. I wish daycare, occasional childcare was more available, so I could go part-time a day or half a day each week to just keep pulse on the change and what's happening. I know someone in our firm, she was in very high leadership position, and she came back after 3 months and got a nanny. She felt there is no other option. However, there is another option. The men, they cannot stay at home, and I don't see, besides breastfeeding, I don't see any material difference between a care a dad can provide and a mother can provide. So I encourage all men here, you are here, take active participation in raising and bearing children. It's not only our job, women.
That's a really good point. And we're seeing it more, certainly in Australia, we're seeing more men taking paternity leave, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I would echo that. I think it's always going to be tough, whether you're taking the time out for maternity leave or some people take sabbaticals and stuff. Things change, technology change, and then in our business, which is a lot of it is relationship build, people move on, they change companies and so on. So you're coming back. I took 12 months each time with my children, although with the second one I could have probably come back after 6 because I was a little bored at home. Bored, frustrated, or at my wit's end. But I think for us, if it's a bit of pre-planning helps. There's a technology, like I said, technology aspect to it. There's a relationship aspect to it. So, but you also come back a different person. You have a lot more. I certainly had a lot more empathy with people and commitments that they have outside of work after I had children. Before I was like, what do you mean you can't work till 10 at night to get that file done? And then I'm like, oh yes, because you didn't sleep, you're not going to sleep the rest of the night because your child is sick and so on. So I think it makes you a much more well-rounded person as well. So as you'll connect with your colleagues, you'll connect with clients and so forth a lot differently, and actually in a lot of cases a lot better afterwards. So I think there are trade-offs. But the technology part is a little tough. I know I almost lost my CISSP because my mat leave year overlapped with my certification year, so I had to scrounge around for my 40 hours of technical training. So I think just finding little ways to keep up to date on your time off, I think is probably the best way of looking at it.
And certainly SheLeadsTech is looking to do that with webinars, etc. So that's a great point. I know that we're running short of time, so I'd like to thank my panellists. And before you start clapping, I'm actually going to do a quick wrap-up of what I heard. Might not necessarily be what they said or what you heard. It's what I heard. One of the things I heard was that we need to celebrate success and women need cheer squads. Yay. One of the things that I found was talking about today, we're talking about confidence. Women need more confidence. I'm going to suggest after the panel or the fireside chat I had earlier was We should be encouraging young girls and young women to join Girl Guides. My Lord, the programs that they offer now to give confidence to young girls, I think is brilliant. We do need to take the bias out of recruitment. It's got to be fair for both men, women, and regardless of cultural background or language background. So we are seeing a change in culture, though, in some respects. Women can do hardcore tech, which is a change in thinking, but there's a long way to go as far as Mandeep and I are concerned on that one. Still a long way to go. My writing is so bad. And, you know, I heard from all the panellists either today or last night when I was talking to them that so often we've been the only woman in the room. We need to encourage more lipstick and heels into boardrooms, right? Because God forbid they need them. Successful female leaders are not necessarily have the same attributes as male successful leaders, and we have to acknowledge that. As each individual in the room, we're different. For however many people there are here, we would have that many opinions, and so that's not a gender thing at all. We need to encourage women from early on, from kids, to ensure that they have a decent respect for the tiara, but they have a decent respect for Meccano and Lego as well. And the other thing is, you know, one of the things that I thought was a great message from Erika was, give it a go. Mandeep said the same thing. Give it a go. What do we have to lose? You know, give it a go. And one last thing was, I reckon that the world would be a better place with more tutus. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, everyone. You're right.
All right, everyone ready? No? Yeah? All right, so this is security can do better, right? Thinking about security a little bit differently than we have in the past. I think a lot of times we take this point product or point technology approach to security and we start building. We're going to talk a little bit about that and some of the challenges around that. And we're going to talk more around architecture, right? So I try to keep this as agnostic as possible, but I'm Jason Maynard. I'm a senior technical solutions architect for Cisco focused on cybersecurity. So I eat and breathe and live this stuff every day. So I try to keep it as agnostic as possible, but Cisco obviously has capabilities that can help address some of the things that we're going to talk about today. So the agenda, so first off, who can benefit from this session? We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about some of the industry challenges. You may have heard a lot about them today throughout the sessions that you're in. I think there's some interesting talking points for sure. We'll talk about the point product approach, right? Oh, I need a firewall, time to renew a firewall, and the actions that you go through and how you build or how we built security in the past. And then we'll take an architectural approach, right? We're actually going to walk through, this is more like whiteboard walkthrough, where we talk about flows, right? We talk about the use case and what's required to secure that use case. All right, so who is this session for? This could be anybody from red team, right? Who's on the red side or the offensive side to security? Anybody? Kinda? What about the blue team, so the defensive side, so majority? And I'm not sure what the other people do, but yeah, maybe, good. Yeah, that's the next slide. And there's a combination of these teams, right? So if you look at this bad pyramid, right, build, attack, and defend. So if you look at it, everybody's familiar with red and blue teams. And then there's people call purple team, but really it's a sub-team of red team and blue team that come together and work together. And they help, change the environment based on what the attacker finds, or red team, right? And then there's yellow, this build, and I give credit to the folks that have come up with this, but yellow's building the infrastructure. And then again, you've got these orange and green, these are sub-teams. So depending on the outcome, whether you're learning from the attacker and you're building towards something, or if you're learning from the defender itself, right? So if you fall into any one of those groups, you're in the right room. If you're not, well, maybe you're in the right room anyway. So, all right, industry challenges. So this is a little bit, to me, is interesting, right? So if cybercrime were a country, it'd be the 13th largest GDP. 13th largest. So the point of this is that this isn't going to go away, right? There's a lot of money to be made on the other side, right? I'm not suggesting that you go work on the other side, but obviously there's lots of money. So this is going to continue. It's not going to go away. 2015, attacks became more profitable than the drug trade. More profitable than the drug trade. Now, I find this interesting because in the past, I think drug dealers got stuck in their careers and never had any room for advancement, right? And now there's, well, maybe not, but anyways, yeah, so that's interesting to me. Sextortion, spam, phishing, crypto scams have all increased, right? And I've got some interesting stories around some of that, right? Around, when your laptop goes home in your private setting, there's still a cam on it, right? There's still things on it. And if it's a corporate asset, you got to be very careful who touches that asset and what they do with it, because the defensive side has lots of capabilities about seeing what you might be doing, right? 60% of small companies that suffer an attack won't survive. I think everybody probably gets that in security. 2018 cybercrime generated more than $1.5 trillion in profit. There's a lot of money on that other side, right? So as we're starting building out capabilities on our side from a defensive perspective, you can guarantee that the adversary's got similar, maybe even more funds to be able to become more sophisticated on their side, right? To defeat the defensive capabilities that we have. There's no vendor on the planet that can provide 100% efficacy, right? They can't say, put this in and you're good, right? You will get breached at one point in time. And you're never going to be remembered for the breach or all the attacks that come in that you block. Nobody cares, right? You're batting down all these threats every day, right? I think you're awesome. You think you're awesome, but the business doesn't care, right? That's your job. You should be the time that it's going to matter most is when you get compromised and how you handle that compromise, right? 2017, more than 80% of security breaches came from phishing and credential thefts, right? So phishing's big, right? We know that, and it's moved into your messaging, right? How many people get a message on the weekend that says, you know, rbc1.ca, reset your password, right? You get them everywhere, not just an email anymore. Now, how many people click links in email? Oh, there's a couple honest people. No, I'm not saying you're not honest. I'm just saying. So I was with a colleague in Vancouver, right, last year. We were putting on this threat hunting exercise for our customers. And I get, it's in the morning, right? I don't know if I'm getting older and grumpier. I'm not even sure. Maybe it was with the person I was with. I was grumpy because I had to sit with them. But anyways, I get an email that says, Jason, you must take your PTO by the end of the quarter, right? Personal time off. And I'm reading it on my mobile device, and I'm like, what? There's 2 weeks left to the quarter. I've got like 4 weeks banked. How can I do that? So the first thing I do is read like just the first part of it, and then I forward it to my manager. You know, what's going on? What, like, really? And shortly after, he responds back and says, wait, we can't keep fighting the machine, right? You gotta take the time off. And so I looked at that email a little bit further, and I saw a couple links in it, and I looked at it, and sure enough, it was an internal phishing campaign to test us. Now, I didn't click the link, but I did forward it off. And I'm aware, right? I'm a security person. I think security, but I still forwarded it to my manager because I couldn't take the time to really analyze it. And he says he never clicked the link. I don't know. He's in training this week. This happened last year, so it wouldn't be this week. But anyways, I have some fun. I don't know. He says he didn't click the link. He's sure he didn't click the link. But he came back and he gave me some answers. But sure enough, it was phishing. So it doesn't matter how good you are. The adversary plays on emotion, right? In this case, they almost got me, maybe, right? Or I dragged other people in, which is even worse. Taking over access of one admin account, I think many people know that. Unfortunately, a lot of times there's one keys to the kingdom, right? And if the adversary gets access to that, it's game over. This one I thought was pretty interesting, right? 1.9 billion stolen passwords, usernames and passwords available on the black market. Up to 25% of them apparently still work as in Google, right? But it's not 25% of 100. It's 25% of 1.9 billion, right? That's a lot of accounts, right, that are still available and still active. 2018 whaling attacks were, now they're targeting the executives specifically, and again, playing on emotions is continuing to rise. So it's tough business. And then you may have heard today, because I haven't been in every session, you may have heard around the skill set shortage, right? Cybersecurity is definitely, has tremendous opportunity for anybody in IT, right? And if you look at, and you can't quote me on the statistics, even though I'm going to say them, but I think I've seen numbers, right? Currently in the US, there's over 350,000 open headcount for cybersecurity skill sets. In the world, by 2021 or something like that, it's 3.5 million. And then I pulled out this article on LinkedIn recently that says in Canada, there'll be 8,000 roles opening up. So we've got challenges, right? The schools aren't ready to educate people in cybersecurity. What we're finding is a lot of people that are junior now are moving into roles because we don't have anybody to do them, so we got to train in-house. But the adversary knows this as well, right? So you're going to need a combination. You're going to have to work with technologies, right, obviously, but you're going to have to simplify that stack. You're going to have to partner with people that are experienced, and you're going to have to grow that in-house as well, right? That capability. But this is how we're going to be working into the future. The good thing about that is that there's not a lot of people in the industry, so maybe we'll get paid more, right? Maybe. So if you look at RSA last year or the year before, right, or coming up this year, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of security vendors. Hundreds, right? And if you look at my little map there, you know, there's a whole bunch of capabilities. Firewalling, endpoint amp, right? Network behavioral analytics, all kinds of capabilities. You're going to need these, right? And honestly, I almost think everything that I've included in this is table stakes. If you don't have them, you certainly have an issue, right, that you might want to address. The point is that it's very complicated, right? And then trying to operationalize this is challenging at best. And you may not want to believe me per se, right? But if you look at everybody else in the industry, what they've done is they've taken this point product type approach, they went best of breed, they've tried to integrate it, and yet we see an increase of compromise still, right? So I always ask customers, right, when I'm talking to customers, is I say, what do you think that you're doing differently that's going to make you succeed? Because someone with bigger budgets, with more skill sets than you have already been down that road, right, once before. So you got to ask yourself that. What are you doing differently that leads you to success? So it's complicated. And what's interesting here is, if I ask, is there anybody in networking here? If I ask you to name, you don't have to name them. If I ask you to name 10 networking vendors, could you name them? 15. It gets hard, right? If I ask somebody in systems, right, can you name 10? Can you name 15, right? You start to struggle to come up with 15. Again, with storage. In security, and I've done this, right, I can say anything. And I've done it, and I don't do it anymore because I get people to raise their hands. Last time I was talking to someone, I said, hey, have you ever heard about this, you know, endpoint product? It's called Cybersecurity Ninja, and it does all this cool little stuff. And I asked the group, how many people have heard of it? And there was a couple people raise their hands. Well, I just made it up, right? So I don't do that anymore because I don't want anybody to raise their hand. And maybe there is a product. Maybe I don't know, right? The bottom line is you have to Google it and maybe do some research. You can't say it definitively, right? And so what we're seeing in the industry in 2019, you're starting to see, you know, large amounts of malware. You see this increased spend for defensive capabilities, and then data, right? It's all about data. Data to me, and I think many people say this, data's the new oil or data's the new gold, right? Who owns the data, obviously, can do a lot with that. And I've always questioned this, because I talk to customers all the time, and I talk about, you know, some of the defensive stuff that you should be thinking about, and it's like a battle, right? It's like, why do I need this? Well, this is kind of why, and yeah, but I have this, and well, that's only 50% of what you need, right? And it's back and forth, but what you're protecting is more valuable than gold, right? If you look at Fort Knox, it's pretty well secured, right? There's no argument about what you need for security for Fort Knox, right? They've got lots of really cool new stuff, and they, you know, secure gold, right? With data, we seem to have to fight, pull teeth. But the adversary, what's happening is that as we're building this defensive capability, right, and it's more systemic, automated, right, the adversary is doing the same thing. So a lot of people say, well, wait, we're small. They're really going to target us? Well, yeah, because now it's point click, right? Oh, interesting, right? There's some data here. And, oh, they have a business relationship with someone else. Maybe there's weaknesses there that I can exploit, right? So they use you as a first step. They get what they want out of you, and then they use you to pivot, right? The bottom line is that you're going to have to do more, right? And you have to take a systems approach to it, or an architectural or platform approach to security. You can't do it with independent products and think that you're going to succeed, right? Or too much fragmentation within at least in the architecture. And this is what I meant by, are you going to continue to do what everyone else has already done and proven to fail, or are you going to take a different approach to security? And so this leads us to point product approach. So I'm going to walk through this. This is actually going to walk through what most environments kind of look like, and I'll ask a couple questions. But everybody has a firewall, right? At least internet facing, right? So that does, you know, IP-based, port-based, protocol-based type security, right? And somebody might be saying, well, what about next gen? We'll get there, right? But, you know, traditionally, this is what you would start with. You'd have a firewall accessing the internet. Then you'd have maybe a campus networks with VLANs in them, right? You've got these hosts, printers, voice, right? All of these would be VLANed off maybe in different VLANs hopefully, right? And then you might have AV, right? Everybody should have this, right? Everybody would raise their hand today, right? And then as you go along, as you build this out, you might think, well, listen, I need some more sophistication around the web content, where users are going. We need to scan files. We might need proxy capabilities. So you get a web content security device, you put it in. Woohoo, right? Securing the internet. And then, you know, at some point you might have an IDS, IPS, and you add that into the infrastructure, and things look good, right? How many people's environments kind of look like this, at least the internet-facing side? Yeah, okay. And then as you go along, you might have services that you're offering your customers or business partners or whatever, and you have a DMZ, it has VLANs, it's got servers on it, those servers probably have AV on it, and you know, as things go on, you say, wait a minute, maybe I need to make sure SQL injection doesn't happen, so you add an IPS, right? Maybe sophisticated enough to have a web application firewall. Life is good, right? And then you've got this data center network, right? It's got VLANs, it's got servers, and guess what? You got some AV. And so over time, and I still see this as a gap. So this is what a lot of environments look like. The larger you get, there's more controls in place. You might have some zoning and segmentation and things like that. But there's a lot of people that have campus that has direct access into the data center, right? So at minimal, you should at least have some control mechanisms getting in and out, and there should be some inspection like IPS, right? In case those hosts have been compromised, if they're on or off-prem, like there's some challenges there. And then maybe a web application firewall. So you get the idea, right? And I would say this is majority of people's environments. They kind of look like this, right? And then so what happens is, you know, there's email. Email, 91% of threats, I think the number is, right, come in the form of email. So you get email security, you add that to the infrastructure. You start looking at endpoint detection and response. So you add some advanced malware capabilities, you add it to the endpoint, right? Problem with the endpoint detection and response, it's only as good as the agent is installed on the assets. What about IoT? What about a router that got plugged into the network that wasn't authorized? All kinds of devices that endpoint detection and response is not going to help you with. You need something broader, but you should at least have EDR capabilities at some point, right? Then you might want to centralize DNS queries, right? How many people here centralize DNS? Okay, maybe I'll ask it this way. How many people don't use their ISP or root hints for their DNS provider? See, not enough, right? There's some people do. And the reason why you want to have DNS, forensically, there's tremendous value in flow data or net flow or any kind of flow, right? And DNS, right? But if you're sending all your DNS requests to an ISP, yes, you might have a domain controller that acts as DNS, so you have a central spot where it goes, but then it goes to wherever. You've lost sight of that in the sense that it's left the organization, may not be encrypted and things like that. But the other thing is, what happens when you go off-prem and those users connect, right? I might get popped outside of the fortress that you've built, right? A lot of people say, what do I need on an endpoint when it leaves the organization? Well, what do you have in the organization? That should follow the user, no? Right? If you think that those controls are required as they're coming in, then those controls should follow that user when they're off-premise. So you'd want to be able to centralize that DNS query as well, right? When I'm at a coffee shop and I'm surfing the internet and I get compromised, I want to know what that DNS request looks like. Cloud access security broker, right? So SaaS-based applications, starting to do some stuff with that around security. You've got flow analytics, right? And this is now we're starting to get a little bit more advanced. If I start looking at organizations that actually take flow data and do analytics against that, behavioral analytics with a security-minded focus, you're certainly looking at probably a more mature organization from a security perspective. But this is where you end up going, right? And then, so you get this flow analytics in there, and things are looking good, right? Then you start saying, well, wait a minute, I don't want certain assets plugging into my network without having to go through some kind of authentication and authorization. based on posture and a whole bunch of stuff, right? So you add NAC, right? So you get some micro or maybe macro type segmentation. And maybe if you're lucky enough, you start looking at your data center and your servers that are in there, and you start getting into maybe some macro type, micro type segmentation, right? But the challenge is that as you build this out, this is good. Like if you have this, you're in pretty good shape from at least having security capabilities, right? Or defensive capabilities. But the challenge is, how does this all work together, right? If I see something on the endpoint, does it let my other defensive capabilities know about this new emerging threat? And does it take defensive action against that threat if it sees it, right? There's some challenges there. But as you go along, what happens here is now we got things like decryption, right? TLS 1.3, oh boy, right? That's going to become a challenge because there's a performance impact to TLS 1.3 when you're doing man in the middle. Also, there's not as much selective decryption options, at least today, because the server name indicator in the certificate is now encrypted, so you can't tell if it's going to finance or health, care, or wherever, right? So you have to decrypt more, right? And more often. You got application segmentation and whitelisting, right? You've got public, private, hybrid cloud. You've got database security. You've got vulnerability scanning, right? You got mobility. You got SIM, right? Logging and reporting. And it goes on and on and on. And the big challenge with this is how do you get intelligence sharing? How do you get integration? And systemic response. So if I have an email come in with a PDF that my email system determines is bad, should my endpoint not know about that if they see that through a USB key? I mean, it'd be tremendously valuable, right? If it did. If someone got it in a USB key, because what's going to happen is that PDF might get hit by your email security appliance, and I'm at least half clever as an adversary. I'm going to send it to their corporate email maybe and their Gmail. And guess what? You're not scanning Gmail. You may be, but most likely, or many times you're not. So now Gmail, and I might be off-prem too. When I go to Gmail, and guess what? There's that PDF. But if my email system knew about it, and my personal address didn't know about it, then you have to rely on other defensive capabilities within your toolkit, right? And maybe endpoint would make sense in this case. So now it's time to renew. And what do we do during renew time? Someone says you got budget, you got to replace the firewall, it's coming up. Woohoo! New products, new technologies, right? So what do you guys get? L3, L4, stateful firewall to what? Next generation, right? Firewall. And what it does is it replaces a couple things, right? Pretty cool, right? Simplify, that's going to help simplify. The problem with this is do you get, are you still getting best capabilities with IPS and the firewall component, or you're sacrificing a little bit? And the other thing too is, and I have a big problem with it, I don't know if you guys do, but the whole thing with next gen. So next gen, I don't know when that label came out with NGFW or next gen firewall, but I'm going to say it's at least 10 years old, right? So if it's 10 years old, I call it next generation firewall and do nothing with it, is it still next generation? It never expires, right? You wouldn't buy food that had a next generation label for expiry on it, right? You just, no, right? It was funny to me. It's not, no, nothing? But the problem with next generation label is, are you truly getting next gen? I don't know. That's a question back to you. I would argue maybe you don't in some cases, right? Because everybody's marketing it as next gen. And you can't say next gen firewall or next gen firewall 2.0. Like it becomes silly, right? So anyways, that's the next generation label. And then you've got IoT, right? And what happens is things start to break, you start to get compromised, and you're not happy, right? And how many folks have taken, well, I think many people do, but when you take this approach, it's not that it's bad, that's just the way we've been doing things forever, right? But I think we're our worst enemy, right? We see a new shiny silver bullet and we think we need to, and we add it into the environment and we hope to make it work, but it's fragmented. It may add some efficacy, but not a whole lot of efficacy, right? It surely adds a lot of complexity. So what if we take a different approach, right? It doesn't mean that you don't have a firewall renewal, that you're not going to go and buy a new firewall. Absolutely. You're going to keep the wheels in motion. But maybe take a step back and say, look, let's go through this a little bit more holistically. And maybe what we're going to do is we're going to start with the executive drivers, right? So this is something that Cisco does with their customers, but you can, again, take this and do this on your own, right? You don't necessarily need to work with a specific vendor, right? But the goal is to truly understand what those executive drivers are. And it could be all kinds of things. I tried to translate this a little bit, but simplification of the security stack, right? Better integration, allowing my users to be able to float from on the network to off the network to access applications anywhere, right? And from a security perspective, maybe I want to improve intelligence ingestion, right? I want to reduce the time to detect. And so you're going to get all of these executive drivers, right? And get them laid out, and because that's what you're building towards, okay? And then from there, you want to identify the threats and risks to the business. So that could be compromise of customer data, right? Credentials stolen and compromised, accounts. Lack of visibility, right, during an incident. That's the biggest challenge we have. The number one thing that customers say to me when I speak to them is visibility, right? I just don't have good visibility, right? Risk of compromised assets off the network, right? Again, as that security control that you've built, you've invested maybe hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars defending, has now just walked out the door with AV on it, right? Gets popped, comes back in, and does a command and control through 443 and forces you to decrypt that in order to know that it's going to something bad, right? Unless it's a known bad IP. IoT devices do not support agents, right? So there's risks of, even though there's a tremendous amount of value of adding IoT devices, whether that's operational networks or IT-based networks, you can't put an agent on them, right? So how do you secure them? Sure, you can segment them, but can they still move laterally? Is there still access back out to a building management system, right? From that building management system, can I pivot into the data center? I don't know, right? So again, that might be something on your list. Service impact due to breach, right? DOS, right? Denial of service, right? There's all kinds of things that you could add here. And again, this is going to make you think about the defensive capabilities you're going to require. And so what you also want to capture is, what do you have today, right? What is the capability and what is the vendor, right? And get a good sense of what that looks like, because that's going to answer some of your questions when you're building this out. Oh, I need AV. Oh, I have AV, right? And as you go along, what you're going to try to do is identify the gaps. That's the goal in this, and then enhance, right? All right. So we got an organization. Maybe it's called Acme. I don't know. But what's interesting in this, and again, this is probably more for me than you, but I always thought Wile E. Coyote was stupid, right? And maybe he is, but I guess the company he runs, like, his products are failure prone and they're explosive. So it might not be his fault solely, maybe because he's the CEO. But anyways, figure out what the company is, right? And identify the flows. So this could be as simple as IT to the internet, IT user to the internet, HR to the internet, salesperson to the internet, right? Contractor to a specific service in the data center, right? Light bulb to a building management system. So now I've identified the flows, and obviously most organizations are going to have a lot more than this. The goal is to go through this exercise as simple as possible, identify a couple flows, and then determine what the security elements are required to secure that flow. Okay? So then you define the places in the network. And these could be based on your naming convention, right? It doesn't have to be what's up here, but it could be, you know, you've got remote access, you've got campus, you've got PCI, internet, vendors, etc., right? And you define what those places are in the network, and then you articulate the flows themselves, right? So in this case, you got an admin on-premise, because off-premise is different, right? So admin, user, on-premise, going to the internet. And so through this, how we do this is that there's the capabilities. So green is addressed, right? The orange is purchased or slightly deployed. Like I got some capabilities, but not, I haven't turned them all on yet, right? And then capabilities not addressed is red. And when you go through this, the goal of this is to really think of this as either an auditor or a hacker, right? However you want to think about it. And really include as many people as you can. I've done sessions where I've had, the IT team, from security to network to systems to help desk, because they all add value in this dialogue. But I've also had procurement in the room. And procurement, it was interesting in the room, when they were going through and listening, they were asking their IT teams, why can't we do this stuff? And they were going, because you put this box, and I got to always go to market with this box, and I'm restricted. And they were like, well, wait a minute, that's silly. We didn't know, right? So anyways, add as many people into the room as possible that could add value, and walk through this flow. So going to the internet, everybody must have AV, right? Okay. You might have a firewall. You might have some application control, right? SSH outbound to the internet, based on the application, deny it. You might have some IPS capabilities, right? Got to remember, even though the user's going out to the internet, you still might want IPS capabilities, because there's a client response and a server response. And that server response might be malicious. You might have URL or content filtering. You might have some active vulnerability scanning. You might have a SIM or logging and reporting. Right? So usually this is a dialogue. So if I was sitting with you and we were going through this exercise, you would tell me, because I wouldn't know this probably, and you would tell me, yes, this is what we have for this, right? And now we start thinking like that auditor and hacker, right? We say, what if? Should I be able to connect any asset to the network at any point in time, right? What do you guys think? No, right? But how many companies can you walk in and plug into a wired port and get an IP address and you're on? Right? So now I need some maybe identity, authorization, authentication, right? And you can see here, I'm not saying product A from this vendor. This is all capabilities. And this is why it's agnostic, right? The exercise is about the capabilities. You'll determine what the products are after, right? Do I need to understand what type and state of the asset? So do I want to know if it's a corporate asset running Windows 10 with the latest patch levels, with the right signatures installed on it, with a domain, a part of Active Directory domain, right? Ask it and scrutinize, and then, yes, okay, you're good enough based on the context of that asset to allow you on the network, right? So maybe you want to profile the device and posture it. Do I need dynamic controls based on the context of the asset? So now that I know what the asset is and who maybe logged into that asset, then maybe I want to dynamically create controls for that asset. So you have access to maybe the HR database because you're the HR person. You always wanted to be. Or you're a printer and only need access to, right? And it should be dynamic in maybe in the final state where you can at least programmatically send down that controls based on the information that you determine. So we've got software-defined access maybe, segmentation, dynamic control. What about DNS security? Would that be valuable? I'd say it would be, but that's a question back to you. You already have URL filtering. Sometimes there's some cross between DNS security and maybe URL filtering, right? But that's okay because we're only trying to identify capabilities here. We'll determine product, and we might find that we have overlap of product, right? So recursive DNS security. Do I need flow analytics? Maybe, right? So we add it in. What about network-based malware detection? Well, in this case, we have an admin employee with AV. It's going through a firewall component. There is some inspection, but there's no malware capability there. And you know what? What if this was another device that doesn't have an agent on it? Maybe I do need network. But that would be a different flow, but that's the kind of thing that you want to think about. So we add a network capability here, right? And there could be delay between when the network sees it versus when an endpoint sees it. Ultimately, what you want to do, or the goal, would be to move the defensive capability as far away from the asset you're protecting, right? The farthest place I know of is DNS, because that happens before anything, right? And then it comes into your network, and then there's a firewall and email security, web content. There's all opportunity to block that threat, again, as far away from the asset as possible. Because once it gets to the asset, guess what? You have to be 100% right. Right? Because if you're not, that machine is compromised. So the goal is to push that threat away from that asset as far as possible. Endpoint advanced malware detection, right? Maybe we need an endpoint because that asset is mobile. It goes off-prem. So we have some great network capabilities, but that asset is mobile, right? So maybe we want to add that control to the endpoint itself. Does passive vulnerability scanning help? So active scanning is much better than passive, but maybe you don't have budget for vulnerability scanning yet, right? So maybe there's a capability that you can look for that does it passively. And why this would matter would be is if that passive VA information can help in two ways. It can give you an idea of where you're vulnerable in the organization, although not as good as active scanning. But also, if I can tie an intrusion event to the asset and understand what the asset may be vulnerable for, I can now give you an impact level so you can actually focus on things that matter as opposed to noise. So maybe that's valuable, maybe it's not, right? What about TLS inspection, right? There's stuff you can do on the endpoint. There's stuff that you can do in the network itself without doing man in the middle. And there's things that you can do in DNS and offload that to maybe a cloud. But there's still going to be a requirement to do TLS inspection regardless, right? Because if you have to look at SQL injection, right? That's going to require an IPS. If it's encrypted, I can't see it, right? And then, so now when you get this all done, this is based on a debate with the team, right? It's usually very good dialogue, right? Lots of people contributing here. When you're done that, what you're going to do is flag them. And in this case, this is a real example, by the way. There was 3 vendors, right? So they had 3 different vendors, and they identified 15 gaps. Now, what's interesting here is it's not my 15 gaps. It's not me, the manufacturer, telling you it's the gaps. I'm working with you. You've identified these as gaps. And the other thing that's different is this is more of a storyboard approach, right? When you're talking to leadership, it's probably easier to walk through something like this on why you need budget for X than it is to go, here's the budget and here's all the components I need, right? Because now they can see that you thought through this, right? And then what you're going to want to do is you're going to try to figure out the technologies that'll solve the gap, right? So this could be endpoint security, right? This is DNS. This could be NAC. This could be next-gen firewall, right? Network behavioral analytics. You got vulnerability scanning. You've got centralized logging and analysis, right? So you build out these buckets, but what you want to do is keep asking your question. When you do that, how much complexity are you adding? Because everybody goes to market and they look at the vendors and they beat up every vendor and they get a great price. And then you go to the next product and you do the same thing. But does that product work with this product and how does it integrate? Do I get savings carried forward? Well, no, because I bought 2 different vendors, right? Now you're back in the same scenario that we've done up to this point in the industry. So you want to ask yourself how or what that integration might look like, right? And there could be lots of arrows here. This is just an example, right? Do I want to know when I plug an asset in and I fire it up, after it's authenticated and has access to the network, everything's going good, plugs in a USB key, opens a PDF, it does a command and control, comes back, is compromised. Do you want that on the network anymore? Right? Maybe it's 12 at night, someone stayed late, right? Maybe it's a printer and it was time bombed and all of a sudden it's starting to communicate differently. Maybe it's an IoT device, like a camera starting scanning the network. Do I want that information to be told somewhere else that can take action against it? Probably, right? Ideally, right? I always remember earlier in my career, right, when I first created a VLAN, right? I created a VLAN, and I was like, I put a couple hosts on it, and they were communicating, and I honestly thought I was godlike. I don't know why you're laughing. Right? I thought, oh my God, like people are going to think I'm a genius, right? And then I created another VLAN, right? Put hosts on it, and they couldn't talk to each other, and then I figured out routing, right? And I was like, nobody can do this, right? Well, and then earlier on in my career, I get a ticket to create 500 VLANs. And guess what? I hate VLANs. I don't like them, right? Nobody likes them. And the same thing with false positives, right? If you're a security researcher or analyst and all you're doing is chasing false positives every day, I mean, it doesn't feel very good at the end of the day, because what value did you add to the business? Sure, you did look at things, right? But it always came up as false. Wouldn't it be nice to have something that helps you get rid of the noise and does some systemic response and allows you to look at the real things that matter to the business, right? So the questions you should start asking yourselves is, how do I share intelligence? How supported is the integration, right? Do I get systemic response? How much complexity did I introduce? And what you're going to do is you're going to continue that effort. And what you'll end up finding actually is when you do this piece here, you'll find that a lot of the use cases this will apply to a lot of them, right? Because you'll say admin user, HR user, they should have the same types of controls, most likely, right? It might be different devices or services that they might communicate that you might do things a little bit different. Like if it's an internal asset talking to an end user, talking to a SaaS-based application, that might look a little bit different, right? Or if it's a light bulb, right? You're not going to have anything on endpoint for a light bulb, right? You can't install anything on a light bulb. So you'll do a lot of copying and pasting, right? And maybe removing an icon here and there, right? And start building that out. Okay, so now we've got the flows determined, we've discussed it, we know where the gaps are, everything's looking bad, maybe good, but most likely bad. But that's okay, because now at least the head's out of the sand, right? We're looking forward, we have a plan. And so now what you want to do is take the top mitigation priorities and outline them, right? What is it? And now we're starting to get into, again, identifying some of the capabilities here, right? So again, for example, network segmentation, right? There's 10. We've identified 10 gaps. And again, if I have a capability, once it's installed, that could turn green as resolved, right? But I need to determine that. And then recently, I've done this, and a customer said, you know what? I don't care about the greens. I'd really like to look at the things that I don't have or that are missing, right? And I said, okay, but so I put this, now it's all put together, so it's easy, right? But at first it wasn't. It was like, how am I going to show that? So what you're seeing here is at the top, you're seeing the flows, and then you've got a column that has missing capabilities, and then we identify the security capabilities. And they wanted this matrix to see or show very quickly where they start turning things green as they start maybe leveraging more capabilities. So again, it's just a good visual. And then you have specific recommendations. So this is now where you've done some research, you've maybe worked with a partner or a vendor, and you're going to come out with, continue with maybe your next gen firewall and add 3 more features that you have already purchased but haven't enabled for certain rules, right? Turn them on. Yay, things are looking good, right? Now roll out NAC. Well, that's not a simple, depending on where you take it, but it's not just turn it on and you're good. There's some work to do. That might be a year-long project maybe, right? Could be more, it could be less. Implement DNS security, right? So you're going to outline these, but you might want to flip them as well to talk about ease and reduction in time to deploy, right? Where are the big wins, right? Maybe it's DNS. Maybe NAC moves further down the list, right? Again, you want to add defensive capabilities where you can. And again, you're not going to be able to defend against 100% of everything. So what you want to make sure that you're thinking about is that there's things going to get into the organization. I got to make sure these tools also provide me information in regards to what happened, right? There's 2 questions. If, say, not Pietja 2 happened today, there's 2 questions your organization is going to ask yourself, right? What are those 2 questions? Huh? Kind of. Yeah, right? Do we have defensive capabilities? First, you're going to research it because you're going to say, I don't know what it is, right? You're going to research it. And then they want to know, do I have defensive capabilities in play and have I been compromised, right? And how many people in this room can go back to leadership today and answer that question with confidence? And if you can, think about how long that might take you, right? So you should be thinking about when you're building out this solution stack, how am I going to answer those two questions? Because we're batting the threats out of the air. Like, you're going to do that, and I commend you, right? There's a lot of stuff you're going to be getting rid of. But it's when something comes in and how you're going to handle that, right? And I think that's it. There was no real lead up to the end there. It was just like questions. Yeah. So any questions or comments? What do you think about this approach? Is it something you've thought about? A lot of people, they've done things similar to this, but they don't look at it necessarily from a flow perspective. They look at it bigger picture, saying, okay, if we have an internet, we should have a firewall, we should have next-gen capabilities, we should have. Instead of looking at what does the flow look like in the organization, how does it flow, and what security elements along that flow do we require, right? And then you figure out what technologies that could fill that capability that you're trying to drive towards. If it is something you're interested in having done, certainly you can visit the Cisco booth as well, and they can help you get this exercise kicked off. But yeah, so next time when you're planning for the future, you might want to think about an architectural approach to security and maybe take a step back. Again, like I said, you're not going to stop your next acquisition for this, but you might keep this in mind and say, okay, if we're going to buy this, what does it mean if we do take an architectural approach to this in the future? And that's it. That's all I have. Nothing left. I think that was...
down in here. I'm not sure where people are going. So my name is Vern Gunter. I work for TELUS. I'm a director of security there. On the pamphlet, it says I'm the corporate security officer. So I'm not the CSO. I'm a corporate security officer, and what that really means is that I'm responsible to the government of Canada for the different contracts we have and securing data and doing that kind of thing. So just so you don't think I'm the CEO or CSO, so thank you for allowing me to be here. I come from Edmonton. As you might know, last week was about -50 with the wind chill, so I really like your liquid sunshine that you have here. I've been really enjoying it. I have a friend that lives here. He works for SAP. He used to live in Edmonton, and he said to me, well, your cold is a dry cold. I said, no, I'm sorry. Anything under -25 is just cold. If your face hurts when you walk to your car, you're probably living in the wrong place. So I'm really glad to be here with some of your liquid sunshine. I got to experience some of it yesterday as I kind of took a wrong turn. I had to walk all over downtown, so I'm really glad to be here. Today I'm going to share with you some details on what we're doing as a company to protect you as a consumer in the area of, I'm not supposed to stand there, in the area of telecom fraud. So what we're going to be looking at is SIM swaps, number porting, some of the identity theft we have. We're going to talk about the impact that has to you as a consumer and overall in the industry. We're going to talk about some of the actions that TELUS is taking to protect you against some of that fraud. And finally, we're going to talk about some of the things that you can do as a consumer to protect yourself from that fraud. So who is TELUS? I joined the security group not too long ago, about a year and a half ago. And previously to that, I was in IT. So I was about 20 years in IT, building massive systems for our organization. I had an amazing group of people that implemented things around SAP. One of our systems has like 10 or 6 terabytes of memory. When I started in the computer industry, I was building computers, and I was also selling computer components and that kind of thing. And I would go to my customers and give them 128 megs of RAM, and I would say, you know, be careful with this. This is amazing. This is precious. This is, you know, your computer is going to run this much faster with that. Now we're running at 6 terabytes of RAM in some of our systems at TELUS. Right now, I moved into the security group. My group personally focuses on clearances, fraud, identity, law enforcement, physical security, and internal investigations. So what we'll talk about today is mostly comes from our fraud organization. When I considered the role in security, I did so because working in IT, I could see some of the values of security, and I worked a lot in the auditing area, so I worked a year in audit, and going through that, I got a lot of interactions with the security group, and I was always attracted to it, so I was really glad to move over. It's been the most interesting role I've had in my career. Like someone was saying earlier, I was listening to the presentation, well, it was Krebs. He said back 20 years ago, IT security was just the IT group, but it's gone that much farther. Sorry, I was going to go back one. Well, one of the things I wanted to talk about as you look at this slide and TELUS does is giving where we live. And so that's a little part of that one, the philanthropic company. One of the things that we do as TELUS is we have a program called Ambassadors, and Wise Ambassadors. So what that is we provide learning for whatever groups that you deem necessary to give instruction to. So I've been involved with groups that have been giving the youth some ideas about how they can protect yourself in the cyber world, how to end bullying and that kind of thing. So if it's something that you're involved in, if you've got some influence over some groups and you want to be proactive in helping them, it would be good to get a hold of the company. It's a free service. We don't charge for it. It's called TELUS Wise. You can get my card after. We can talk about it. So it's something that I've found very, very impactful to our community. I'll go on to our organization. So you can see here, so there is the CSO. His name is Kerry Frey. He comes from the cyber defense, he was the Director General for Cyber Defense in the Government of Canada. So he provides wonderful leadership to our team. Really, our teams are broken up into two different areas. One is kind of the internal side of TELUS, and then we also have an external facing. So you can see there's many, many directors at TELUS, TELUS Security, not just me, and different areas that are supported. So you've got Mark Neppers, who I don't know if you might have heard him speak here before. He's a single contributor. He's called what they call a TELUS or fellow. And what he does is help us with direction on where we're going and some of the risks that are coming out there. Then we have a leadership that works on the sales side. And then we have Ragulin, who works on our DevOps side. That's as far as I'll go there. I was just going to show you the two, like I just mentioned, the two different areas that TELUS has externally focused. So we have a managed security services team, and we also have security consulting. It was interesting. I had a vendor the other day ask me if I was going to go to the Mobile World Conference and how he could provide services to us with next-gen firewall and endpoint protection, that kind of thing. And I had to send a note back to him and say, yeah, we provide that. Here's our link, and I can show you what we're doing. So it was really, really interesting. But there you can just see a general idea of what we do cover. But here's the part that you've all been waiting for. I'm going to get into what we're doing as a telecom fraud. So the purpose of this slide is to help you understand that this is not a... do you keep on losing me? Yeah. Where should I move? Just over here? Over there. I can't, my notes are here. Okay. You want me to stay here? Okay. The purpose of this slide is to really tell you about, help you understand that this is not a TELUS-specific problem. It's not a telecom-specific problem. It's not Canada, it's not North America, it's global. A year ago, I read a book called The World Is, not a year ago, 10 years ago, I read a book called The World Is Flat, and it talked about how commerce was moving all over the world, and now you can look at how we've progressed in that area where we can buy something from the US, we can ship it from Canada, or from China, you can get that support from somewhere in the Philippines. So what that also means is bad actors target not only people outside of their provinces, but in every continent. Just to give you the idea of the global scope of this, I want to tell you about a fellow that had been involved in SIM swaps in Canada. So there was an individual, he was working, performing SIM swaps, and targeting folks in Ontario, Alberta, BC, and the US. So what we did is we were tracking some of his information. We knew exactly who he was. And we worked with the Montreal police and said, we know who this guy is, and we know he's committed massive frauds. We're talking in the area of $50 million US and several $100,000 Canadian from folks. So what he would do is go and perform a SIM swap and then go in and steal the cryptocurrency that these folks had. So we worked really hard with the Montreal police. They finally got in and said, well, we can't really help, but because
the crimes are actually being committed against people in BC or somewhere else, or even the US. We finally convinced him to do so, and I don't know, you can look up his name, because I can say this now because he's in the media. His name is Sami Binsaki. He's an 18-year-old sitting on his couch making $50 million, funding his parents' house, and his lavish lifestyle. So you can see this is not minor. There's guys that are out there and making terrific money doing this. It's much better than going in to rob a store. If they can make $50 million from their couch, that's what they're doing. You can see here the different areas that I'll talk about. The number ID and spoofing, which I know many of you are a victim of. You've gotten those emails before. You've gotten calls talking about they're from the CRA and they're going to take all your money, or they're going to put you in jail because your SIN number's been compromised. We're highly involved with that. We're also involved in the email and SMS phishing, or smishing. We're working very hard in ways to combat that. And lastly, I'll talk about the SIM swap and the porting. It's important to separate subscription fraud and SIM swaps and porting. So I'll kind of describe to you kind of the telco lingo that we use when we talk about these things and how it impacts you. So subscription fraud is when users steal personal information and they use it without your knowledge to obtain goods or services. For example, what can happen is they will buy that ID that Krebs was talking about on the dark web and go into a store and say, my name is Vern Gunter, and I want to add a phone to my account. And they'll end up doing that. They'll take the phone. They can get it for $0 down or whatever, and they go out and sell it. And these phones are worth $1,500. So you can imagine if somebody goes in and says, I want to add 4 phones to my account, they're walking with $6,000 worth of goods. That sounds like a victimist crime because we're a big corporation and we can afford it. But what happens is that gets passed on to the consumer. And that's where it gets a little bit painful, where you are funding some of these folks indirectly. Account takeover occurs in 2 common ways, so that's the SIM swap and the number porting. They're kind of the same thing. They have the same end result. Porting is the same, you look at what they do. So in SIM swap, they'll go to a store, inter-carrier. So they'll go to TELUS and say, I need to port my number onto, I want to port Gunter's number onto this phone. And they'll do that. They'll move the number over, and then they have access to all the information they need, where they can do account resets using SMS or something like that. Number porting is a little bit different. They'll go to a different carrier. So they'll go to Rogers and say, I'm Vern Gunter, and I want to move my phone from Rogers, or from TELUS to Rogers. And in that, what they do is they don't have to give a lot of information, because the CRTC mandates us to make it very easy to port from carrier to carrier. So that's a different way that they are able to obtain your number, but a very real way. And it's actually, SIM swaps have gone down for us in the last little while, and porting has actually gone up because they've discovered it's easier, and our controls are stopping on the SIM swap side, but porting is very easy. Well, sorry about that. So here I'm going to talk a little bit about that real-time fraud detection. So this is more about the handsets. And like I said, when they steal handsets, it's like insurance fraud. It looks like a victimist crime, but what is happening is that the cost of your device is going up. You're also funding these folks like Sammy in a certain degree, if this happens. You can imagine going up to Sammy and giving him $50 out of your wallet and saying, this is to your payment for your next Mercedes AMG. As well as the current controls we have in the Real Fraud Detection Project, we have so we have a lot of controls that we're working with, and that has to do with a lot of the like the Equifax and that kind of thing, where we check to see if folks are who they are. We are working quite diligently at looking at real-time detection. So what we're working with is some AI analytics and that kind of thing, to be able to really look at who you are and what's been going on in the account in real time, and if we can identify fraud. But with all that, we put these controls into place, and we have to have a real good balance on providing good customer service and also detecting for fraud. So one of the, I think about my mother. She doesn't like it when the telcos ask her, what's your PIN number or something like that, because she forgets it quite quickly. So we have to find methodologies to be able to detect fraud and make sure we can secure your identity without really doing those kinds of things and making it inconvenient for you. So that's what we're doing. There are some methods that we're using right now. So when someone obtains a handset and illegally, we know where that handset is, and we can actually lock that handset. And that has to do with getting right into the phone, and so they can't re-enable that phone in North America. Unfortunately, they're able to do that within some of the places, like in China. They don't subscribe to that list, that IEMI blocking list. So unfortunately, some of our phones are going overseas after they've been stolen from us. And then I've already talked a little bit about machine learning and the real-time detection that we're doing. So in this one, we're going to talk a little bit about the email side of things and the phishing side of things. So I don't know if, just a show of hands maybe, who in here has ever got those emails where they look like they're from another company and they're tempting you to click on it. So maybe if you got a text or email, has that ever happened to you? And I think it's close to 100%. TELUS is working to stem some of that. We have to constantly change our system and process to block those methods, but we are working to do it. One of the things we do is working a lot with educating our people, and through the TELUS Wise program, some of our customers, to make sure that they understand what phishing really is. I've become the de facto tech support for my family, where my mother will call me and say, I've got this email that looks like this, and whatever you do, don't click it, I don't want to. And so I've now got my whole family paranoid about clicking on anything. So I think they're actually missing some things because they're not actually executing on some things where they think where it's an actual, a real email. Some of the other things we're doing is we are actually shutting down some of the phishing sites that you see. So as they come in, we have a TCERT team, so a team that is constantly watching, and they will be shutting down some of the sites that come up. And again, we talk about educating our customers, employees about phishing. At work, it's almost a joke now when they're doing these phishing tests. So what they do is they send us fake emails and try to test us to see if we're susceptible to it. And it's almost a joke to see who in security got busted with the last phishing email. And it's quite embarrassing if you do. So in security, we're very careful, and we kind of make fun of the people outside of security as well. Some of them are my good friends in the IT area. So a lot of work being done to educate our folks on phishing. So here we'll talk a little bit more about the SIM swap and the number porting that's happening and what we're doing about it. So one of the things we're doing in the SIM swap space is that we've removed all the abilities for people to call in for a SIM swap. You actually have to show up in person, like Krebs was talking about. Now there are people that are immobile, and we are making exceptions to those and working with those people, but it's something that we feel very strongly about, trying to protect you. There are so many ways that they can call into a call center and fool the people in the call center. You've probably seen stories where they mimic the actual, they'll actually do the call and they'll show you how the poor agents are getting socially engineered, and they'll have a noise in the background with the baby crying and say, oh, I don't know my password, but my baby's crying, can we just get this done? And the agents, unfortunately, because their job is customer care, they fall for that and they end up doing the swap, and then we get into some trouble. The other thing we're going to be doing is enabling two-factor SMS for text for authentication. So what is going to happen is when a SIM swap, and I know it doesn't make a lot of sense because in real SIM swaps you've lost your phone, but we'll be sending out a text message that says, are you porting your phone or you're SIM swapping your phone? If you are, answer yes. And what that is going to do for us is make sure that that's actually happening. There's other ways that we're going to be making sure that you understand that your phone is basically under attack, but those are the ways we're looking at right now. Right now in porting, we've already enabled the one-way SMS text notification. So if someone tries to port your phone, you will get a text message and it says, we see that you're porting your phone, and then you can call in to TELUS and try and, if it's not true, you can call in to TELUS and try and rectify that. Again, we're educating and creating better awareness for our customers in this space. There's been lots of media coverage on that area. We're maintaining a secure self-serve portal without impacting customer experience. So if you're looking for a swap or something like that, you're going through those channels. The other thing that we're doing is working a lot with the banking industry. So as a group of the telecoms, we're getting together with the banking industry and looking for solutions that's going to help us with this. One of the solutions that we're looking at is actually implemented somewhere else in the world right now, and that solution is when a SIM swap occurs or a porting occurs, we're going to keep a list of those numbers that were impacted by that. And then when the banks get a request to change passwords, or a cryptocurrency gets a request to change passwords, they'll look back to see if that number is on the list of something that's been recently SIM swapped or ported, and they'll stop that transaction right away. They'll stop the reset of the password, so you're safer there. The last thing we're doing is some voice biometrics. So a lot of the companies are doing this right now. I think Rogers is doing it. Some of the banks are doing it. And we're going to be looking at, we'll be looking to verify you with your voice as you call in to TELUS. If you're going to be changing anything on your account or anything like that, really helping us with some of the fraud that's going on. Just a note on that, it'll be an opt-in type of service. It won't be that, we're going to be recording your voice all the time. You're going to have the choice to do that. So what will happen is the agent will say, can we use your voice as authentication next time? And you'll say, yes, I want to do that. And then we'll use your voice as authentication. So you don't have to remember those pins and that kind of thing. Like Krebs said, we want to get away from pins and passwords because it's not the place that is most secure. So this is about the spoofing and that kind of thing that you get. So that's the biggest complaint I get from my family is how come you guys can't stop those CRA calls? How come you can't stop people pretending they're the RCMP and telling my SIN's been blocked and someone's been murdered in my car? It's very difficult to do that. But what the CRTC mandated us to do that in December. And we have So on the wireline side, that means your home phone, we have instituted blocks for irregular phone numbers, and that means numbers that are coming from overseas, like a 011 or whatever it's going to be. We've put in some blocks when they're spoofing from that kind of number. We also launched a call control feature, so you can determine what calls actually make it through to your home line. For wireless, we are working on that. It hasn't been mandated yet, so we are working on kind of duplicating some of those features into our wireless domain. One of the things that CRTC is asking us to do is something called stir and shaken. So some of you in the room might know about what that is. What it is really a common way across all the telecoms to be able to share authentication between the calls, so we know that the number that's coming to your phone is actually the number that it's calling from. There is a big challenge in that area. There's many different kind of network types, so it's going to take a lot of collaboration to come together as an industry to make this happen, but we're not giving up on that. Some additional measures we're doing, we continue to pursue solutions with the CRTC mandate to be able to trace the origin of calls. And again, we're looking at implementing caller ID authentication across the board. So that's what we're doing as an industry. Krebs was talking this morning about the fact that some industries really don't care about your privacy and data, and I don't know if he's still here, but I disagree. TELUS does care about what's going on with your privacy and data. So what I wanted to do here is kind of switch it up a bit and talk about what you can do to protect yourself. So one of the things I'm encouraging my family to do is stop using the mobile number for your authentication or for your SMS password resets and that kind of thing. I've gone in and no one knows my mobile phone number anymore. They don't come through. When I ask for a password reset, they come through different means. And I've been encouraging my entire family to do the same. They think I'm really paranoid, but I've seen some of the bad things that are happening out there. To even go further on that one, where it's possible, use a software authenticator like Google Authentication Services, or even a hardware type security. Some of the banks are not there yet, but we're expecting to be pretty soon. So at some point in time, you'll be able to totally eliminate that SMS reset. The other thing you can do is call your provider and ask for port protection. Now, I know this is being recorded, but I'm not allowed to advertise what port protection is because the CRTC wants to make sure that you have the ability to transfer your phone from carrier to carrier. But you can call your provider and say that you want port protection. And what that means is it takes away that easy ability to do that porting from carrier to carrier. You can say, I want port protection. I want to give you a passcode to be able to do any kind of porting. It's something that really everybody should do, because you don't. Although you want the convenience of moving to carrier, you want to be protected. So I would encourage you to do that. Brush up on your phishing knowledge. Learn to kind of spot the signs of phishing and smishing. It's something that I've been, like I said, I've been doing with my family, and it's sometimes to my detriment. But if you ever receive a suspicious message, contact the organization. So what you do is when somebody contacts you, instead of giving them information, say it's Visa, you turn around and call on a different phone back to Visa and give that information. And I say a different phone because there's ways that they can trap that call when you call back, and they can still continue to pretend to be that organization like Visa or whatever. And the last one is, so if your phone unexpectedly loses connection and it says no SIM card detected or something like that, and now I know you can't call on that phone because it's disappeared, but find a way immediately to call the provider that you're with, or the bank, or in some cases call, if you're a crypto millionaire, call that cryptocurrency exchange right away and make sure you lock down that account. I don't know if there's a lot of crypto millionaires in this group, but it's so important to keep aware of this. So this is the slide that when I was listening to Krebs this morning, I was like, maybe I should take this out because he thinks that every company's not working diligently to protect their customers and data. But I didn't. I left it in there because we are. We have a massive group. We have a massive group of security professionals within our organization. We also have a privacy and data group that is constantly watching to see where our data is at TELUS and how it might be compromised. So we can see that this type of fraud is increasing, mostly because the value of the assets that they can get a hold of. We also see other breaches happening, like the Desjardins breach. We can see that impacting us. So when that data gets onto the dark web, they then try and turn around and do a SIM swap reporting with TELUS to be able to get your information. So a couple reasons why we see that going up. A guy can sit in his basement, like I said, and make $50 million in 2 years. While there's been improvements being made, we have to continue collaborating. So I know there's partners in here, there's different companies in here. We have to collaborate to be able to figure out how to mediate some of the risk of this fraud. And at TELUS, we're working proactively to halt the incidents of when they occur. So we're continuing to work and invest incredible amounts of money into our fraud systems to make sure that you're protected. So I didn't take this out because I truly believe that TELUS, and some of the other carriers as well, because I have consortiums with the other carriers. It was very interesting when I joined the group. I came from the IT area, and the thought of actually talking to Rogers and Bell about some of our practices was unheard of, because in the IT we didn't share some of our processes and some of our technologies. But I'm so encouraged by what happens in the telecom industry, where we actually sit down and talk about what we're putting in, what we can do as a group to talk to the financial institutions. It's an amazing collaboration effort that's happening between the telcos in Canada. So with that, if there's any questions, I'll be happy to field them. Sure.
Do all financial institutions participate in that checking of numbers that you referred to?
So the question was, do all financial institutions participate in the checking of numbers? Not yet. It's not happening yet in Canada. We're still building it. So it's happening in some, I think it's an African country, Zimbabwe or something. They've absolutely stopped SIM swaps, SIM swap frauds, because of what they've been doing. So we're looking at it in Canada. It hasn't been implemented yet. Oh, great. A colleague of mine, Terry.
How far away do you think we are in terms of getting rid of passwords? I know it was referenced this morning, you referenced it again. Do we foresee that in the next 3 to 5 years?
So the question is, how long do we foresee it that we're not going to be needing passwords anymore? I wish it was next month, year, but I'm not going to try and predict the future. We are working on different identity structures to be able to help our customers, but I might say that it'll be a couple years, because like Krebs was talking about, we expected it to be happening already, and it hasn't, so we might be stuck with passwords for a while. Thanks, Terry. Go ahead.
I'm curious about the retail side or the support side where you're giving these phones out to the enterprise vendors that are providing the phones out. What kind of education are you giving them around securing these phones as they're configuring them for their clients?
So you're asking about what we do. So when we sell a phone,
You talked about a number of options around preventing SIM swaps and that sort of thing. But when it comes down to proactive measures that when you're configuring the phones to customers in front of them, what sort of programs are you implementing to help educate them so that they can make sure that those phones are getting into customers' hands and are relatively secure?
That's really interesting because we don't have a lot of control on the devices themselves. We can put some software on it, but we're quite limited to what we can put on to the phones as they sell them. In corporate security, we're also involved in investigations. And I heard a call where a fellow was calling into our call centers, and he was irate. He was saying that we put all these things on his phone. You put all these applications on my phone. I have all these casino apps and all this kind of thing. You guys are putting stuff on my phone. No, we didn't do that. Aside from, so at the point of sale, we don't do much to be able to help in that area. But what we do provide is support after the fact, where you can go to the TELUS site and look at right now at some of the areas that you can be looking at to secure yourself. And also that WISE program, that TELUS WISE, really trying to educate the consumer on how they can protect themselves. So I've seen that TELUS WISE program go to senior citizens. We go to senior citizens' homes and we talk about what it really means to secure your phone. And it's quite an amazing experience to be able to see their eyes light up and say, what? I didn't know this could happen. I didn't know that I should have a password in my phone even. So through that TELUS WISE program, I think it's a good room in. But you raise a really good point that
when you're kind of a TELUS shop in a mall, and when you go to buy a phone, what it be, like a customer service reps, how would they be taught to be responsible about security?
Yeah, so I don't know if you heard his comment, but what is the TELUS rep doing or the channel partner doing to be able to educate people as they take the phones? And to my knowledge, they're not doing that. And I think you raise a really good point, and I'll take that back as something that we can be looking at is, as I give you a phone, I'm giving you keys to a very dangerous kingdom, and this is how you should protect yourself. Great point, thank you. Right there?
You mentioned voice recognition as a method to ascertain that a person is who they say they are for the future. Will there be any countermeasures to potential deepfake attacks? With that?
Yeah, there very well could be. So I'm not totally sold that the future is biometric authentication, because there are, you get your deep fakes with video, you get your deep fakes on voices that are possible. The vendors that we're talking to, they assert that you will not be able to crack our systems using a deep fake today. But that doesn't mean they won't be able to tomorrow. Like I said, the fraudsters are always changing their methodologies, and as we put something in, they'll find ways to get to it. So, I think that the true area of identification is going to be a digital identification that you're passing back and forth to your suppliers or to whoever's providing you service. Really good point. They might do that. Go ahead.
It's great that TELUS and the other carriers are looking at establishing a SIM swap protection with the banks. I'm wondering that SIM swapping can be used to exfiltrate data or gain access to privileged accounts in other organizations or other services. Has there been any talk about opening up that API to other multi-factor authentication systems that may use SMS to be able to say, okay, you've given me a code, but you've recently SIM swapped, I'm not going to accept that device for MFA?
We've talked primarily to the banks about it, but you raise a good point that we could be talking to other organizations to make sure that they can dip into that area. That's a great idea. So I'm not saying yes, we do, but I'm taking it as a note. Anyone else? We have a couple more minutes. If you ever want to drill your telco. Oh, one way over there. Yeah.
Oh, I actually know of an enterprise ISP which does SIM card stuff in Europe, and to avoid concerns over customer service fraud, they actually give an option of using Google Authenticator TOTP to validate you on the customer service call. Any thoughts on that?
We haven't gone down that road yet. but I think it's something that we will be looking at. Like we talk about digital identification, it's something that we're very interested in, and because we want to get rid of passwords, we want to get rid of the pins and all that kind of thing. Absolutely, you raise a really good point that we should be looking at different ways with digital identification to be able to identify our customers.
Yep, at least one enterprise company in Europe has done that.
Yeah, fabulous. Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Well, with that, thanks so much for allowing me to come out today. It's been a great experience for me being at this conference, and I'm really grateful that you stuck around. You got 2 more sessions to go, so thank you so much, and I wish you the best for the rest of the week.
Speaker, I just was just talking to him, the guy from TELUS, the CSO of TELUS, right? He, because his name is Vern, and I said, you know, it's funny, people used to always call me Vern, right? Because my last name is Vernon, and so that was one of my nicknames. And then I was just chatting with some colleagues earlier about another nickname, which was Rico, and then I won't tell you all the other things that I've been called over the years, but certainly, you know, we at Splunk, we like to talk about our million data points. So this is something that you know, many people of Splunk, if you've seen other Splunk presentations, you'll hear my colleagues talk about their million data points. But of course, today we're here to talk about security. So first of all, welcome. My name is Chris Vernon, as you can see. I am a senior sales engineer with Splunk, based here in Vancouver. And so on the agenda for today, we're going to be looking at security operations centers, or SOCs. And now, as you would have heard in many presentations today, and I think as everyone who reads the news, watches the news is aware, of course, there's all kinds of breaches happening. The breaches keep happening. So why do they keep happening? And what can be done so that if you do have a security operations center, you know, what can be done to help improve it so that it lives up to its promise? And now at Splunk, our overarching mission is to help our customers turn data into business outcomes. So as a result, we end up speaking to all kinds of different organizations. We talk to all kinds of different teams. We talk to IT teams. We talk to application development teams. And something like, I don't know, 40 or 50% of our business comes from security. So naturally, we talk to all kinds of different security teams out there. And as a result, we end up getting exposed to all kinds of variation of maturity levels with security. So today's much of the content that I'm going to be presenting today comes not only from my own personal experience, but as well some of this comes from experience of several of my colleagues. So I did just want to put out a quick shout out. I don't know if anyone here read the book Crafting the InfoSec Playbook? Anyone? Yeah, and I didn't intend to come here and plug it, but this is co-authored by Matthew Valletti's. He's actually no longer with Splunk. I think he went back to Cisco. But just to point out that he is he's provided a great source of content, as well as another colleague whose name is Dimitri McKay. He is a security architect with Splunk, and he's very well known for his affinity for Marvel characters. So if you do ever get a chance to see one of his presentations, it's all it's all very superhero-like. So it's a lot of fun. Now I do need to put up the usual caveat that just in case I make any kind of forward-looking statements, don't go and make investments or buy products based on forward-looking statements. Okay. So first of all, right, if we take a step back and consider where are we today? Now I feel like I've had a slide like this, or I've seen slides like this over the last, 10, 15 years or so, right? We are, I think everyone in this industry is very well aware of how breaches occur, right? With the mechanics of working through an attack, and so on, right? There's usually someone, there's a phishing message that the attacker tries to entice the victim into clicking on a link. They download say a PDF file or maybe a Word document, and then the victim's machine gets infected, of course, and maybe there's some communication back to a command and control server, or depending on the objective, maybe there's lateral movement and account compromise and so on. So of course we all know this very well, and the MITRE attack framework does such a fantastic job of mapping out all of those different tactics and techniques, right? So it's all very much known. As well, if you look at something like the Verizon's data breach investigations report, they've done such a fantastic job every year of bringing all of that breach data and that incident data together and summarizing it. And so, in that Verizon report, they talk about how security is kind of similar to golfing. in the sense that it's kind of like a golfer is kind of like an attacker who's working his or her way down, working their way through your network is the same as like a golfer working their way down the fairway, right? So you as the defender are putting up sand traps and water features and so on, and from the attacker's point of view, well, they have their trusted methods for teeing off, like social engineering. And when they get further down through the attack, then they reach for their trusty 7-iron, and that's kind of like using malware, right? So there's some interesting analogies there, and I'm not going to go into all the detail here. Again, I'm sure you've seen a lot of this today, but again, fundamentally, we know this is a big problem, right? And we know how it's happening. So we know the tools, the techniques, the tactics, and so on. And you look at Forrester, you look at Ponymon, and so on, and we see that a third of breaches involve insider or internal actors. There's a quarter of breaches are motivated by espionage, and of course, the total amount of damages is just it's growing every year. So I think all of this can kind of be summarized in this manner, right? Is that this is where we're at. It just keeps happening. We all know about it. We know what's happening. We kind of know. Well, we mostly know what's happening. We know where. We know the who sometimes, and we certainly know the hows. But why, right? So why does it keep happening if we know all of this? And in many ways, it comes down to a question of resources, right? So I don't think anyone here is going to say, "Oh, I've got all the budget in the world that I need. I've got all the people that I need, and so on," right? So everyone's working off limited budget, limited resources, and of course the bad guys on the other side of the fence. Well, you look at organized crime, you look at nation state adversaries, and they of course are so very well resourced, right? And they're going up against you. And this of course means that we all need to work smarter, not harder. And there is even this fun fact out there that something like 50% of organizations don't even have a security operations center at all. And then of course the ones that do have a SOC, often the security program can be quite immature, or sometimes we'll see cases where there's a fair amount of security theater, right? So there's they'll have the TV screens up on the walls, and there's some nice looking graphics, and right, everything looks great. But when you start to dig in a little bit more and you ask, okay, well, what are the metrics that you're measuring against? Well, often they're looking at things like number of cases closed, right? But they're not actually properly measuring the risk that's reduced through their security program. And we also find that so many security teams out there are using a lot of manual processes as well. Okay, so again, if we take a step back here and think, okay, well, so what is a SOC, right? So a security operations center, ideally, right, is all about having that centralized unit that deals with security issues on an organizational and technical level, right? So it makes a lot of sense in theory, right? You have the people, you have the process, you have the technology. So again, in theory, right, you bring all of these alerts, all of these, all the information from all of the shiny security products that you've acquired, and you bring that all into one place. And then you have this alert queue. And then, of course, you have your shiny, happy Tier 1 people, and they work, they easily work through all of the alerts. And the ones that are more difficult, they escalate those to the shiny, happy Tier 2 people. And then the Tier 3 guys, right, your elite ninja staff, elite ninja pirate staff, they are the ones, of course, who have the capabilities to be proactive and do threat hunting. So they come up with a hypothesis and they look for sort of indicators of compromise on the network, all with a view to getting ahead of the adversary. And then, of course, you have your incident response team, which, as soon as something happens, right, they're all ready to kick into gear. They have their playbooks ready, and boom, right? They kick into action, everything works. It's a well-oiled machine, right? Life is golden. But we all know that this is not how it really is, right? So in reality, what happens is that, well, you stop to think about how this is working. You have an alert that goes off. You have a tier 1 analyst that looks at it. And of course, they tend to be quite junior. But in any case, it can take them a good 25, 30 minutes on average to work through a case. And I think it's Gartner that says, the average analyst can work through something like 28 cases within an 8-hour shift. Right? So what happens is that, okay, these guys are starting to get overloaded with the alerts, and more and more of these alerts and cases go, no one's looking at them, and they start to pile up, right? So the reality is that you end up with this kind of situation. You have the alert queue, you have your shiny, happy tier 1 folks, right? And they're all rearing to go, and they're out of university, and but then you present them with this wall of red, and they're all looking at that, and quite often, we see cases where they're spending all their time creating reports. They're not actually doing a lot of analysis. Or as well, we often find that that's a tough job, right? And maybe it's not living up to the dream they had of working in cybersecurity, or even the tech world. So what we find is that they start to get bored, and they go off and they become a developer, or maybe join some other part of the IT team, and so there tends to be quite high turnover, right? But they're dealing with thousands and thousands of those alerts. And then of course they escalate the difficult ones, and those wind up with the tier 2 guys. And there's hundreds of those escalated alerts that they all have to deal with. And then, your pirate, ninja, tier 3 guys, they're also overloaded, right? So they're dealing with tens of these very complicated incidents. They don't have time to go and do threat hunting, right? So they don't have time to go and be proactive and look for the bad stuff. And then the incident response team, well, they just don't exist, or there's no playbook and so on, right? So, that's kind of the situation. Or often it's even worse than that. And so I think we've all seen how quickly these breaches can happen, right? How quickly an infection can occur. And again, you look back and you say, oh, well, actually, in aggregate, for the whole industry, it's only something like 4% of alerts get investigated, right? So it's a pretty nasty situation, and then you add this other complicating factor, that the fact that there's a 0% unemployment rate for security professionals, and you hear about these numbers like there's 3.5 million, there will be 3.5 million unfulfilled security jobs next year. And it's a tough situation. So how do we get back to basics here, right? How do we get to that fully balanced SOC? And what I'm going to do here is break it down by security program, as well as people, process, and technology. So security program maturity, this is a conversation that we often have with customers. And because it's important for us to understand, where they are within this maturity curve. And so what we see is that we can kind of classify the organizations we talk to into roughly 3 groups. So phase 1, this is where the first thing we see is they understand, oh, hey, security is important, this is a problem, and let's go out and buy a bunch of shiny technology boxes, right? And so they go and buy the technology. But then they soon, quickly discover that hasn't fixed the security problem, because you need people. You need someone to go configure it, and of course, maintain it and so on. So at this point, what we see is that they'll often get people to do double duty, often IT staff, or sometimes developers. So they've added in more people, and also at this point, we see MSSPs being considered typically, but in general, as far as process goes, we don't see, there isn't really a lot of proper security analysis at this point. It's all about, building and maintaining tools and so on. So the next thing that happens is of course, as we see an organization progress, we find that they then start to outgrow the tools they acquired. And they find that they're not getting full value out of the promise of those security products, right? Or they find that the one they acquired wasn't right for them. Or they'll end up with overlapping tools and so on. And again, much of this comes down to the people factor. So we see them, going out and buying better technology. And at this point, they find that, well, they need to have dedicated security staff. And so this is where we start to see the tiered sort of analyst structure start to develop. And then the more mature customers that we see, well, they then start to realize that, or they go through much more rigorous sort of tool consolidation in terms of getting rid of old technology, getting rid of freeware. And sometimes if they do have a managed service provider, they'll often bring it in-house at this point. In terms of people, they start to look at getting specialists in-house, so having malware experts, having threat intel experts. And because they went through that process or they've labeled or they've narrowed down their processes and written them down, it's at this point that they can start to get into automation. Now, another nice, this kind of great slide that I like, you can actually find, I think this is on GitHub. So this is kind of an open source diagram here. And this is useful for understanding where you are on the maturity curve, right? So if you read through some of these questions, right, these are good questions to ask yourself, right? So starting at the bottom, can you name the assets that you are defending? Do you have visibility across your assets? Can you detect unauthorized activity, and so on? And what we find is that the kind of phase 1 customers we see tend to sit at the bottom of the pyramid. Of course, phase 2 tend to sit kind of in the middle here. And it's really the most advanced, mature customers that we see who are actually doing proper threat hunting, right? So I know it's a very, it's a sexy topic, right? Everyone likes to hear about, oh yeah, threat hunting. That's cool, going after the tiger on the network. But the reality is that you need to have everything else in place, and the processes and so on to actually do that properly. I didn't mention that. Yeah, this pyramid structure. So this is kind of modeled after Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Now, if you're going to start a security program today, what we typically recommend is starting off with a charter. And so what a charter is it's really an essential document for defining the scope and purpose of security. And what we often see is we'll see organizations who think, okay, I've got a security problem, I'm going to do everything under the sun to fix it. And what happens is that they end up biting off more than they can chew, right? They try to boil the ocean, and what happens is that ends up being a good way to fail slowly. So the great thing about a charter is that you can keep it small, and then you can expand out from there. And then as well, it's helpful for measuring yourself, against what you have on that. Oh, whoops. Yeah. People. Now, on the people front, right, the easy answer is hire smart people. And this is, of course, very, much easier said than done. As we heard, with the 0% unemployment rate for security professionals. So this is difficult, right? This is very tough, and you don't need to start with 100% veterans, but of course the veterans are important. And one area that often gets overlooked is soft skills. So I think we all know the kind of typical tech guy story, tech guy situation where he's kind of gruff and he kind of grunts, and he doesn't write anything down, has all this tribal knowledge, but he's also the sage, right? So and he's the guru, right? Or he or she, and so everyone has to go to them for information. So it's, if you're looking at who to hire, well, and if you are looking at the junior guys, well, it makes sense to get people with soft skills, right? People who are curious and creative and are motivated and have critical thinking. But of course, the senior people are the cornerstone of any security program. There's this idea of hinky that Bruce Schneier talks about, and my understanding is that it came from an incident at the U.S. border here years ago, where there was a traveler. He had answered all the questions correctly by the border guard, but there was something still a little bit off. And that border guard later described, or actually they ended up stopping an incident because of that. But the border guard later said that the guy was acting hinky. And so it's this idea that senior guys have or senior people, right? They have the experience, and they can go and look at a log and say, there's something just not right there, right? And of course they're so crucial in terms of passing on that understanding to the junior folks. But of course, the junior staff, obviously very important. They're up to date on the latest coding techniques, and typically excited to learn, and so on. Now again, this idea that is the unemployment rate is 0%. People are very hard to find. So what can you do, right? Well, you find the smart people, and then you train them. Because this has come up before, where I've talked to junior staff, and I said, well, have you considered, I don't know, such and such course, or like what are you doing training wise? And they're like, oh, they're not getting the backing necessarily from their organization. So I'm not in any way connected with SANS, and neither are my colleagues. But what we did was just put together an example of what a training journey could look like for security staff, right? So and of course there's all kinds of different vendors offering security training. But if you had some junior staff, you might want to consider some of these SANS courses. Starting out with security essentials, hacker tools, and for the more mid-range staff, managing security operations, continuous monitoring. And for the most advanced staff, look at malware analysis, cyber threat intelligence, of course. Okay, so at this point, right, you've hired your smart people, you have your kick-ass team together, but the reality is that, right, the bad guys have a lot of resources. So you need to obviously work with all kinds of different teams out there. Right? So if there's a breach, obviously you need to maybe work with legal, work with communications, PR, and so on, and you need to have a cadence with those teams, and you need to understand who's going to provide the data, right? And often we see people thinking, okay, well, security data, that's going to be my firewalls, my IDS, IPS system, and so on, which is those are all great data sources, but also, think of other data sources like physical security, right? So the badge readers, and we've seen some very interesting cases with customers where they've correlated data from the badge reader with the login information, within the office, right? Because all of a sudden you can figure out if someone's tailgating into the office, right? Or if they're pretending that they went into the office and they're actually remotely logging in from home or something like that. Right, so there's a lot there's a lot of value you can get in terms of understanding user behavior from combining non-traditional data sources. And just a quick word on funding. Now we often see that some of the most successful security programs we've seen, they've started out by getting funding from, say, the risk and compliance team. They've also made use of help from IT teams and app development teams as well, to help pay for the security program, because at the end of the day, security is everyone's problem. Okay, so in terms of process, let's talk a little bit about process. Now this is always a kind of a fun graphic. And what this is that this is a show of some 400 different AMI types for Linux that are available on AWS, right? And this is, of course, right, the beauty of the modern age, is having so much choice. So when it comes to a security policy, then defining standards is of course so very critical, right? Define OS, which OSs are okay, which versions are okay. Define your BYOD process, and also ask yourself what's okay. Is it okay if corporate staff use an external DNS server? Is it okay if they use a file sharing application on their network? Port scanning, right? What's acceptable use? So define standards and let them evolve over time. And now of course, the best laid plans of mice and men, right? Everyone needs to prepare for the inevitable, right? And this is where a lot of folks don't start with the end in mind, but it makes for quite an interesting mental exercise, right? So if you get that call from Brian Krebs, right? So I didn't actually know he was calling people. That was new to me. But if you start out thinking, Krebs calls you, hey, there's a breach. What happens next? Can you work backwards from that phone call to figure out who the patient zero is on the network? And if you can't, put all of those steps together and all those pieces, well then it's likely to happen again. So another very important living, breathing document is the Incident Response Handbook. And what this does, of course, is it tells you how to handle incidents. And sometimes we'll see one. So a customer will have one, but it's old. But that's fine, right? I mean, at least it shows that someone thought about it, right? Someone thought it through and put in some time, right? And that's a big step up from a lot of organizations. So define what the engagement process should look like. Define what templates should look like. How fast things should get fixed. And then, as soon as something happens, well, boom, right? You break it out. And crisis communications, this is another interesting aspect to this, right? You look at this kind of email example, right? Jim, it looks like we might have a problem. Joe heard from Sue in app dev that some of our customer information might have been leaked. I don't know how the hell this could have happened. She posted something to the forums, giving customers a heads up. Can you believe it? Joe's freaking out a bit, but I'll have to keep him digging, says Larry, the SOC manager. And within the scope of communications, there was one interesting example that we saw where the attackers had compromised the email server. And they were actually watching the communications of the defender as they were trying to fix the network. So of course, that gave the attackers a big advantage to get ahead of them. So within the scope of communications, it's a good idea to consider any kind of out of off-band communications. I believe in that particular case, they ended up using WhatsApp. But of course, it's just an important point. So in general, when it comes to communications, more detail, of course, is better, right? So providing that detail around what steps are involved, who should be communicated with, what steps have already been taken, which ones will be taken, right? So this is all proper incident response communication. And of course, if you don't do this, then every executive is calling you up. Or they're not properly informed when they go to the media, and it becomes problematic. So more detail is always a good thing. Now threat or risk-based monitoring. This is now this is interesting because again we see organizations again try to do too much, right? So they're trying to boil the ocean. They're trying to protect against everything because they didn't really stop and think, well, what are the threats that apply to them? And another useful exercise in this manner is to look at something like this kind of chart. And I appreciate it's going to be very difficult. Well, I think it's going to be difficult for everyone. Actually, I can't even read it from here. Well. But this is taken from the Verizon report. And so if you go and look and find that report, you'll see this breakdown in terms of all the breaches and the incidents they analyzed, and it's broken down by vertical. So what you can do is that if you're running a hotel chain, you can look at the accommodations vertical, and then you'll see that, oh, okay, well, in terms of incidents, oh yeah, of course, point of sale systems tend to get attacked a lot. So it makes sense, right? That's a good point of reference. That's where I should start thinking about, securing my assets. So there's, this important idea of moving away from just IT risk and moving towards business risk. And again, a good thought exercise is, okay, well, there's a meteor comes down, wipes out my company or my organization. What are the first 3 things I'm going to do, right? And so the first thing is typically, you want everyone to be able to communicate, right? So you want to get that email server back up. The second thing comes down to what makes you money, right? So you want to sort that out. And then the third thing is customer service, both external and internal customers, right? So at the end of the day, right, you want to quickly be able to ensure that people are getting paid, customers are getting serviced, you're making money, and everyone can communicate, right? So when you're thinking about business risk, those are some of the key areas to consider, right? Protect those email servers, protect, the way that you make money, protect wherever the important information lives. So employee records, customer records, and so on. And if you're thinking, well, which applications are important? Well, you could start out with finance applications, right? So in terms of technology, now it's very hard to protect what you don't know about. So it's so much of this is about understanding your environment. And what we find is that often organizations aren't prioritizing based on risk because they don't know what they actually have out there, right? And they don't know what's important. They don't know which assets or identities are critical. And how can you actually do proper event correlation if you don't even know which data sources are available, right? So there's which P1s are more P1 than other P1s. And if everything is critical, then nothing is critical. So again, in terms of asset visibility, there are all kinds of questions that can be asked, right? And you need to be able to answer these questions about the assets in your environment, right? So if you have a machine that's compromised, which other devices are associated, are linked to that compromised device, right? Maybe via the user. Where has that device physically gone? What does normal look like for that device? Are there other alerts out there from all of the different security systems that you have that are tied, into the immediate ecosystem of that particular asset? And the same goes for user visibility as well, right? So linking, the user, figuring out, which devices are associated with that user, where's that user based? Is that a high-risk user? Is that a very critical user? Is it the CEO? Is it some management or maybe even is it engineering? Someone with access to to important documentation or maybe source code. So this is a screenshot of so this is a Splunk enterprise security view of that. But really any kind of system of record is really key. It doesn't matter how you go about tracking your assets. We often see customers start out with just spreadsheets, right? But even if you can start out with that list and create another column where you rapidly give a priority value to an asset, at least that then helps you distinguish between alerts from different assets, right? And so all of a sudden you can kind of contextualize what's happening, by doing that. And again, it goes back to cutting down on the total number of alerts. So on that topic, now machine learning, of course, hot topic, AI, yes. And I don't think this is going to replace security folk anytime soon. But what machine learning is very useful for is enhancing people and processes, right? So it can be very helpful for generating high fidelity alerts. And that's what you want at the end of the day because, again, of the resource issue. So you want to have the most high fidelity alerts possible. And when you have that, that then leads into automation, because you can be confident that, okay, what's been triggered here, this is important, I can run this playbook via automation. So machine learning can be very, very useful in dealing with those thousands and thousands of alerts. And a SOAR, or security orchestration, automation, and response, is also a very hot topic, and this is a great way of bridging that resource gap. So we often find, in terms of automation, we'll see organizations start out with, just some basic Python scripts, and then we'll see others that go full tilt into orchestration. Now automation, so a way to think about automation versus orchestration. Automation is really all about taking tasks that are easily repetitive, or that can be repeated over and over, right? So any of those kind of manual tasks that tier 1 folks are performing today, if it involves, I don't know, taking like a phishing email out of an inbox and running a reputation lookup and maybe looking up something on VirusTotal, right? All of those kinds of tasks are fairly straightforward to automate. So it's all about having this force multiplier for a team's effort, right? It's about bringing down the total amount of time that it takes to work through cases, right? So bringing down that investigation time from hours down to seconds. And then orchestration is all about coordinating complex workflows across a SOC. And then lastly here, this is something we talked about, is that with any security program, it makes sense to show value, and you can show value in different ways. Showing operational value, right? If you have these metrics in terms of the time it takes to detect and contain and close an incident, having details around the number of incidents, policy violations. Are there repeat infections, right? Offenders, vulnerability posture, right? All of these things can help show operational value, and then show strategic value, right? So what's, if you can demonstrate what's the cost of incidents, are SLAs being met? What's the compliance status over time? And then lastly, so it was interesting again, listening to the previous talk from TELUS. Where Vern there had talked about, how the different telcos are sharing information amongst themselves, right? And this is where sometimes we see organizations where they'll keep details of their security program very close to themselves. But ultimately, anytime anyone can share information, right? If we all share what works, right? What we found to be as best practices. Then that helps all of us in the industry together, right? So ultimately, the goal here is to get to that fully balanced SOC, and I hope that you found some of the content useful. If there are any questions, I won't take them now, but I'll be around afterwards. So let's do it like that. So yeah, thank you very much for coming and listening today. Hey, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks.
How's everybody doing? Did we have a good day? All right. One of the things that I've been so pleased about over the years with BC Aware is the amount of support that we get from ISACA International. And we've got a really a great treat here. Over the years, the chairperson for ISACA International has come and attended our events. And today we have the global lead for our SheLeadsTech program. You know, Joe Stewart-Rattray, or Rattray, sorry. I practiced that too. I know. Yeah, she's got my last name down pat, so that's even worse. Anyways, Joe is the chair of the Women's Leadership Advisory Council for ISACA International. She has come all the way from Australia to be with us today, so that's quite a trek. So thank you so much for making the effort to come here and be with us. As you know, SheLeadsTech is a program that we cherish here at ISACA Vancouver. We're fortunate enough to have won an award for our own SheLeadsTech program this year, so we're very proud of that. I want to give you a little bit of background on Joe. She has over 25 years of experience in the IT field, some of which were spent as the CIO as a CIO in the utilities space and as group CIO in the tourism space. She has significant experience in the information security arena, and she underpins her information security and technology background with her qualifications in education and management. Her keynote here today, I know, is going to be inspiring. She's going to talk to us about dreaming big and believing in ourselves. And so without further ado, come on up to the mic, come up to the stage, Joe.
Come on down. I was really waiting for him to say, come on down. Didn't happen, never mind. It's a good thing because I didn't need to run from the back of the room. I'm delighted at that too. So, Vancouver chapter, thank you so very much for having me. It's been an absolute delight. And I'm very lucky that every time I've come to Vancouver, I've stayed at this fantastic hotel. It's called the Pan Pacific. The other thing I'd like to do is, as you know, Australia has been burning. It's been terrible. I spent the 20th of December not knowing whether I was going to have to evacuate or not. But I want to say publicly, thank you, Canada. Hashtag thank you, Canada. You have sent us your superheroes in the form of volunteer firefighters. There is a wonderful woman somewhere here in BC who rallied a whole bunch of friends and colleagues to make things like bat wraps, yes, there is a thing, bird nests, and joey pouches and mitts for koalas who've had burned paws. She didn't know how she was going to get these amazing stuff, as well as a whole bunch of veterinary supplies to Australia. She lobbied Air Canada until they said yes, not just to one shipment, but to 6. So thank you, Canada. Also, hashtag thank you, Canada, hashtag superheroes wear yellow. Our firefighters all wear yellow. Round of applause, please. I'm serious when I say thank you. We have lost 4 of our own who have made the ultimate sacrifice while trying to save others. So it's been a terrible summer and we're only part the way through. So I'm actually delighted to see rain. Where I live, we've had precisely now 9 mils of rain in 6 months. Can you imagine that? Okay, now to the main story here. You know about SheLeadsTech, right? Well, in 2015, sitting in a boardroom on the ISACA International Board of Directors, which I had the great pleasure of serving on for 7 years, I was sitting in Brussels, Belgium, and it was a very new board year. I'd just been re-elected, and they were giving out portfolios. And They were getting around the room. My name had not been called. And I'm going, yay, I'm going to have a year where I'm just a board member. Fantastic. Then the then Chief Knowledge Officer, Ron Hale, stood up and said, oh, and there's a brand new program and a brand new portfolio that we're thinking about. Oh, that's nice. I wonder what that is. It's the Women's Initiative, and that goes to Joe Stewart-Rattray. Okay, so what have you got in mind, Ron? No, that's up to you, Joe. I only had myself to blame. I had been complaining for years that ISACA didn't have a women's program and we wanted to grow our female membership. So guess what? I got the job. So we started in 2016. In the meantime, Tara Wisniewski came on board and she and I began to work together on what we were going to do. At the end of 2015, early 2016, we held the very first CSX conference in Washington, DC. We decided to have a networking event for what was then called Connecting Women Leaders in Technology. It was completely oversubscribed, and at that event, I called for people who might want to be part of focus groups. And those focus groups were to determine whether actually our membership and our constituency really wanted this kind of a program. We thought we might get 1 or 2 focus groups filled, oversubscribed in 15 minutes. So it told us that really there was an absolute need for this program. So that's how we began. Now I'm going to tell you a story. And what's the very best way to start a story? Once upon a time, a long, long time ago, there was a little kid born to a blue-collar family in the Australian bush, 80 miles from the nearest big town. This little town that I lived in was literally the one-horse town. We had a pub, of course, a general store which was the post office as well, and we had a school, church and a hall. That was it. That was town. The postmistress, who used to also own the general store, had a problem with her geese getting out. So as an ambitious 2.5-year-old, I used to help her round them up. Apparently I was a great goose herd. Who would have known it, right? I won't tell you who let the geese out in the first place. So it was in that environment that I grew up. It was a fabulous place for kids. See the map here, if you look down to where there's a town called Warrnambool. I was 40 miles from Warrnambool, so literally in the middle of nowhere, but a gorgeous place to grow up. So it was in that environment that I began to dream. This kid, this 7-year-old kid in the heartland of Australia, had a dream. I had a big dream after seeing an Audrey Hepburn movie where she was working at the United Nations. I wanted to be her, not because of how beautiful she was or how incredibly glamorous, but I wanted to be her. I wanted to go to the United Nations and make a difference for people. So I followed her career, and she became a goodwill ambassador herself for the United Nations, for UNICEF in fact. And so there's me at 7 with the world's worst haircut because my mother was afraid of head lice. You know, the school only had 5 people in it, but she was worried about the head lice. And Audrey, and who is that other little girl? That's Audrey at 7. So I wonder what her dream was at 7. Did she ever imagine that she would grow up to be the woman that she was, fated around the world, and a goodwill ambassador? I don't know. Now, I'm not going to make you sit through the rest of my life. We could be here a little while. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of fast forward, but that just gives you the kind of background that I came from and where I had my big dream big moment, and I carried that dream big with me all of my life. I have this, and I've said it a few times to people here in the last couple of days, I have this real belief in making connections, and I think being a woman, I don't know whether men are the same or not, but women make fantastic connections with other women. And when they make those connections, they're generally fast, firm connections that last a lifetime. And these are some of my connections. And all I have to say about these connections is that if I weren't an ISACA member, if I hadn't hosted an event for SheLeadsTech in Canberra in 2017, I would not have had the opportunity of a lifetime. I hosted a SheLeadsTech lunch. I think it was the first one at a CACS conference in Oceania. And I was talking about, to a select group of high-profile women, trying to get that message out in our national capital, Canberra. And I was saying that, ISACA's a little bit late to the party with doing a women's program. So I think there's things that we can do. We can actually work together with coalitions of other organisations that are like-minded to us. And one of those I called out was UN Women. And I said, I'd love to get my feet under the table with our ambassador for women and girls and have a talk about how we could work together. Given that the UN is in 193 member states around the world, they work in the developing world, we work in the developing world, we're in 180 countries around the world. There seemed like there were perfect synergies, right? Well, as I was saying goodbye to my guests, a woman who's very high-powered in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet came up to me and said, Jo, I know you're going to be racing for an aircraft, but I'm going to send you a link to an opportunity that you must promise me you'll throw your hat in the ring for. Sure, Sandra, sure, not a problem, said I. So I get on the aircraft, go home to Adelaide. 2.5 hours later, get off the aircraft. And when you're standing, waiting for everybody to get off, because yes, I am one of those people who stands up, because by then I'm impatient, have a little bit of spare energy, got to get going. So I'm standing waiting, and I just flick on my phone, just because that's what you do. And sure enough, there's a text comes up, and there is a link. So I open the link, and I'm standing there on an aircraft. Remember, I'm sort of at row about 6C or something. And I'm standing there going, oh shit, bother, oh bother, oh no. No, I can't do that. Yes, I can do that. No, I can't. Yeah. So I'm doing the same thing that I tell women that I mentor not to do, right? Because the opportunity was to put in a submission to potentially be one of only 2 civil society representatives to join the Australian Government official delegation to the United Nations 62nd session of the Commission on the Status of Women. Thank you. And I went, oh Lord, no, this is way too much for me, right? So I wrestled with it and I contacted a couple of my pals at HQ, Tara Wisniewski and Alicia Vence, and said, look, what am I going to do about this? There's this opportunity, and do you want me to have a go at it? Now, our American cousins, right? So what do you think they said? Hell yeah! Okay, now, the trick in this story is that this is Thursday night. The submission has to be in on Sunday morning at 11 a.m. No more than 4 pages. In fact, it's something weird like 3.5 pages, to tell them why I should be a member of that group, that august group. And I'm going, oh my Lord. Anyway, so I go through all of that, yes, no, having a little, in my den, having a little chat with myself in the corner saying, don't be ridiculous, you can do this. And I'm backwards and forwards, and I have to say, Tara and Alicia were fabulous. They were really helpful. I would flick what I'd written, they'd critique it, we'd have a chat about it. And so really, it was without that connection, I wouldn't have had the opportunity. So I put it in, I pressed send at, I think it was 10 a.m, so about an hour before the deadline on the Sunday morning, and I felt sick. And I thought, oh, well, I've had a crack, right? Good Aussie expression, I've had a crack, I'm all right. At least it was, like what an honour to be actually thought of. all of that stuff. Anyway, a few weeks went by, and I'm in the middle of giving a presentation in Melbourne for SheLeadsTech. Yeah, I do spend a bit of time on aircraft. And there's this, my phone is beeping in my pocket. And I'm thinking, what's that all about? So in the break, I have a look. Not a number that I know. So I ring it. Hi, I'm the Director of International Engagement for the Office of the Prime Minister and Cabinet Office for Women. I went, yeah, thinking this is it. Thanks, Joe, but no thanks, Well, at least I had a crack. And she said, I'm just wondering when you'd be available for an interview. Let me check my diary. I'm going to move heaven and hell, right? So we agreed a time, and then I got nervous, really nervous. So it came the day, had the interview, and of course, you can tell I quite like a chat. People have said I'd speak underwater with marbles in my mouth. Could be some truth in it. Anyway, so they asked me this, I thought, dopey question. What is your role in civil society? Smarty pants here. I live in it? No, that's not the answer. So I quickly start talking about my role with SheLeadsTech, with my role with Zonta, National Rural Women's Coalition, and so I think I might have gotten out of that all right, don't know. So I got off the phone and again felt sick because I thought, well, I've just buggered that up I've just messed that up by being a smarty pants, So anyway, I waited. My phone rang a couple of hours later, and it was a great friend of mine, ex-chair of the ISACA Board of Directors, Tony Hayes, and Tony said to me, Jo, I think you might be going to New York. Really, why? Not equating the two things, but Tony was one of my referees. And he said, because they've just given me a referee, just asked me to do a referee check for you. And he said, I basically told them they'd be mad not to take you. And his title at the time was Deputy Director General, Department of Communities, Queensland Government. Sounds impressive, right? It is. And the moral of this story, ladies, is that, and gentlemen, always make sure that you have a referee who's prepared to lie for you. So, again, I'm presenting on SheLeadsTech, but this time in Sydney, and I get the phone call. I'm on stage. No, I'm not answering that. I can't answer that, I'm on the stage. So, I just wait, and my pocket just keeps ringing and ringing and ringing. And so I got off the stage, and there's a text as well saying, please call the Director International Engagement, Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet Office for Women. Don't you love these short government titles? And so she said to me, oh, Jo, I've got some news for you. I went, here it is. This is it. This is the thanks, but no thanks. Jo, do you want to come to New York in March with us? Yes, I think so. Let me check my diary. No, of course. I said, of course, I'd love to. And I just got off the phone, and I'm not a woman who cries easily, but let me tell you, there was a lump in my throat. I thought, I'm actually going. Then I get a phone call saying, oh, Jo, we've got a little bit of a problem. There's going to be a ministerial shuffle, so you're going to be under embargo. You are not going to be able to tell anybody that you're going to New York until it's announced by the minister. Right, 2 ministerial shuffles later, and 3.5 months, 2 days before we actually were going to appear in public as the delegation, it's finally announced. But the thing about that is you have to be so careful who you do tell, because there are some people you're going to have to tell, right? If this ever happens to you, that you're under embargo for something. I had to tell my husband, who, as some of you heard me say before, is an amazing man and incredibly supportive of me. But his first thing was, being a professional musician, can I tell the guys when I get to rehearsal? No! If one of them tells the wrong person, I'm out. And so I had to tell our managing partner at work because, I'm saying no to work in March, and I never say no to work in March, right? So there were a few people, and it suddenly got to the point where there were about 10 people that knew, and I thought, I'm going to be in for trouble anytime soon. So again, if you're in that situation, make sure the people that you tell will not only lie for you, but can keep stum as well. So, off we go to New York. Oh my gosh. I had to go to an ISACA board meeting in Nashville, Tennessee before. And I have to say it was a great way to start, you know, Stetsons and boots and doing all of that stuff and then getting really togged up and posh going to New York and wait till you hear what the very first thing I had to do was. I had to go to the ambassador's residence. So the Australian ambassador to the United Nations. All of those cups and saucers on the table have the coat of arms of Australia on them in gold leaf. This is an amazing apartment that overlooks the East River. Australia owns the whole building. Who knew? But what was amazing about that, this comes back down to connections again. The women that were there was the Minister for Women, the Ambassador for Australia, the Ambassador for Women and Girls, and 3 commissioners from the Human Rights Commission of Australia, and then a whole bunch of very senior DFAT, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade people. And we sat down at the table, and the first thing the Minister gives a little spiel, and then she said, I'd like you all to tell me what your journey to get here was. I didn't know I was going to have to speak in this very intimate environment to these incredibly powerful women. Again, I have that problem with faith in myself. You know, I'm sort of going, oh my God, what am I going to do? Anyway, the Social Justice Commissioner for Indigenous People, June Oscar, spoke just before me. And she sort of threw it across the table, Joe, it's your turn now. And I'm going, so I told a very shortened story about being the kid from the bush, and they were really impressed that I was a rural woman, and I still live in the bush. So that was, but June, if it hadn't have been for June sitting across the table from me and doing all those things like, you know, good positive body language, smile at me, and I'd say something and she'd nod, I'm going, and so I ended up by looking at her, you know, because she's giving me all those cues that I need to get me through. So look for the ally in the room, right? She was great. So, and then we went off to a cocktail party at the Australian Consulate General, which we were told to make it feel like it was our home for our 2.5 weeks in New York City. Go down and read the newspapers if you like. Yeah, sure. I'm just toddling off to the Consulate General now. So, then it began. The dreams for a kid from the bush was about to come true, and I recognised it in the photo on the far left. That's the forecourt, and you've all seen that. If you've not been there, you've still all seen it on television with the avenue of flags. And that, I have to tell you, is the coldest place on God's earth. There is a wind that whips through the buildings off that East River that would chill you to the bone. And for a kid who'd just come out of the Australian summer where it was 44 degrees, I was dying. And there were still blocks of snow, and it hadn't snowed for 2 weeks. So, what can I tell you? The Director of International Engagement, tough woman, ex-military, no messing with her, right? As we were about to walk, we walked down through, there's a corridor of flags, we walked through the corridor of flags and into the lobby of the General Assembly, and she just stopped and turned around and said to me, Joe, if you don't feel an emotion when you walk into this room, I'll be very surprised. Well, you'll never guess what. For a woman who doesn't cry, guess what I did? We don't cry in security, right? Good Lord, here I am with tears dripping down my face, and she said, I told you so. Excellent, thanks, Rach. So the photo of me holding my coat, we have literally just arrived into the General Assembly. I still have tears in my eyes. During the opening speech, the Secretary General, who you've heard me say a couple of times today, I'm a great fan of, said, I am a committed feminist. We need to take the power back. Otherwise, we will be living in a male-dominated world forever. Can you imagine? In a room with probably 800 people in it, that is never silent. When you have that many people in a room, it is never silent. But you could hear a pin drop when he made that statement. An amazing man. One of the things that we as a delegation committed to was to never leave the Australia desk without somebody on it. We thought it was disrespectful to the Commission on the Status of Women, and indeed to our fellow countrymen and women, if we were not sitting there. So guess what happened to me on day one at about 11 o'clock in the morning? Joe, you'll take a turn at the desk, won't you? The General Assembly is in session, and I'm the only one left at the desk. Minister goes that way, 2 ambassadors that way, and 2 commissioners the other. I'm left there, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, it's going to be one of those times, if somebody asks me a question, I'm going to have to do that American courtroom thing and say, I'll take it under advisement. You'll be delighted to know I didn't have to do that, I just had to take a lot of notes. So my role was to be the technical advisor to the Australian government delegation, because the way things work at the United Nations is that you are there to map a roadmap for the 193 member states on a particular subject for the next 6 years. The theme for the session was empowering rural women and girls through the use of technology. So now it's making a bit more sense why I was there, right? So you have to take into consideration that we are dealing with 193 member states, some of which are developing nations, some are definitely third world nations, and some are nations like Canada, the US and Australia, developed first world nations. But we start off with what's called a zero draft, which is what we propose moving forward for that 6-year period. Every paragraph has to be agreed by all member states. Can you imagine how difficult that is, to even agree what infrastructure means, to determine what harmful practices might mean, to determine what constitutes women in all their diversity? You know, I have now the greatest respect for the work of the United Nations. And if I had have known earlier, I probably would have looked to be a peacekeeper. I have so much respect for the work that is done. These photographs show us in session. This one with the lady in the red jumper, that was my other colleague who was a civil society delegate, and we're with the Minister of Women having a bit of a laugh before a session in the General Assembly. Then, photo down here, the lady you can see with the long hair was the Australian government's chief negotiator. An amazing woman, and what also really sort of opened my eyes was about diplomacy and how it actually works, the alliances that are formed. And it brings me back to business. We form alliances in business, and it taught me a lot about how to build alliances, and also how to not necessarily, it might be your idea, not necessarily have it come out of your mouth. It might be better if it comes from somebody else. And Penny Mortimer, our chief negotiator, was fantastic on doing that. My role was to give advice and to be conduit to my civil society representatives who were not in the room. Only the negotiators are allowed in the room, and the advisors. So we might have some people outside who are absolute experts in a particular field. One question at 2 o'clock in the morning I had to go and get an answer for was, at what point does personhood begin? So we're dealing with really controversial issues here. By the way, it's when the first breath is drawn, in case you're wondering. Now, you're probably wondering about the little guy down here, the little fella that's my travelling companion. My husband gave him to me in 1992, and he has travelled with me ever since. So he was taking some notes that night. He's Gus the travelling bear. And we did work long into the night, as you can see in this photo, because sometimes you have to stop. You have to stop and break up into bilateral or multilateral discussions to get a point through, so as people actually understand. It's interesting when it comes to Australia. We seem to be fairly neutral in many regards. There's a number of groups that we sit in. Obviously the Pacific Forum, because we're part of in the Pacific. We're part of CANS, Canada, Australia and New Zealand, and we're